Okay, I want to get up to speed here. I just returned, friends. Welcome. Once again, wish we were meeting under better circumstances. And yes, I'm still awake. I streamed for more than 15 hours. Last shift on 4 hours of sleep, and then I got 6 hours of sleep the day before. Actually didn't sleep the day before. And then I had 6 hours of sleep the day before that. In fact, I think the last time I slept was the evening of 4th of July, or maybe the morning. I'm not really sure anymore. So, hello, friends. This is something that's important enough, though, to at least set up and see if the mods can hold do a night shift, because this fire is moving towards a couple of important places here, much faster than we ever thought it could. I mean, I knew it had this potential. I was hoping not today. I should say I was hoping it wouldn't move this fast. Apparently, the winds were really bad, and not only is it did they kind of explain in a really sobering way. Thank you, friends, for being here. A really blunt and sobering way that this fire has the potential to rampage the Shelly Fire in Siskiyou County. I know that fires keep going until something stops them. And what we were really trying hard to do last night was look for any way that they might have as an advantage to stop it. And there really is nothing. There's not enough time. They don't have road access. They can't get dozer lines in places. They had a plan to have crews with rigs, hose, shovels, and light hand tools basically ride mules into the wilderness and try to make the equivalent of trails to stop this rampage. Of basically like old growth burning and a lot of it dead. Next, and super bone dry and dried out since the 2017 Wildfire. This can long range spot miles ahead of itself. It's high altitude. That's not a plan that's likely to work. It could have been like a speed bump. Sorry about the rotation thing, but what it's done is it's run to the northeast, I believe. They keep making newer and newer evacuation warnings, and then level 3 is a warning go now, warning go now. Over the past several hours. Sorry, I was trying to go to sleep when I got the good idea to feast, So C-Probe invited me over, and we had some great barbecue meal, and so I was just settling in to go to sleep, and of course that's when hell breaks loose. But I really needed a lot of good nutrition, considering the marathon coverage that I've been doing, and a lot of you mods have been pulling with me. I really appreciate it, friends. I didn't get any sleep, Josh. I haven't slept much in 4 days, fortunately. So I just finished a really big meal and was at Sea Probes, and then I realized, holy crap. I went to check on this, and thank goodness Broke Fish and others reached out to make sure I knew. And I said, yeah, I know. I just got to get home. So it was a little bit to get over here, but as soon as I got here, I just splashed water in my face, and here we are. Do we have a so nasty? You see what I mean about the even if you wanted to put roads in here, some of this would be virtually impossible. The terrain it's just super challenging, to say the least. And Siskiyou's here. I want to see a further away. Maybe I should just duplicate this tab here. I want to see the fire from further away, and unfortunately, if we do see it from further away, that means it's just gone pretty much insane, making its pyrocumulus again, because Antelope Eureka is about done when it can see it. So, hey Husky, thanks for being here, friends. I did get in touch with Angela Smitty, and they're throwing back coffee, they say, to try to take the night shift. C-Probe can be here for an hour, maybe. Yeah, it's running to Etna. It was running towards the camera, and the camera was northeast, so I'm trying to do as many time lapses as I can. I didn't realize is that Mount Shasta? Didn't realize this was such a new development. I'm in a time warp. It's when you have sleep deprivation levels as much. I mean, it's great. Every time I close my eyes, I'm like micro sleeping. I really do need to get my rest, but I figured Hey, C Pro, thanks for getting me home there. Unchained America says no new fires for most of Oregon today, but there's a new one, guys. There's a new one called the Salt. Uh, that's what I put in the Salt Creek fire. It's quite alarming too, but they're pouncing at it. So if you zoom out, the Salt Creek fires in Jackson County, so it's a pretty dry eastern uh, section of it, east of Medford, as you're gonna try to get through some smaller mountains here towards Klamath Lake. Almost like tumbleweed, desert-esque kind of stuff out here, unless it's irrigated. So it's a wind tunnel canyon. It looks like it's touching upon or perhaps burning in the burn scar where there's probably a lot of dead trees. I'm really not sure they salvaged much from 2020 Obachan. So it's had 4 years almost to completely dry out if there's any dead vegetation here that they, yeah, looks like it's stick matchbook forests here. If this is not, who knows exactly when this was taken, but I have a feeling that even if they wanted to, they couldn't have salvage logged all this from the huge dead forest from the Obachan, one of the infernos of the 2020 fires. The, the really horrible once in a lifetime wind event that hit in 2020 was only matched by what happened in 1933 in the Tillamook burn. It was like hurricane force winds that came over all three western states at the same time on Labor Day 2020. So here we are. So a lot of dead trees up on the landscape, just about at prime dryness right now. So this could be quite a challenge if they don't stop it from getting burn scar. I don't know if it's deep in it already. They kept having a lot of evacuation warnings, so they put places on alert. So I put in the description of this video if you want to click on it to monitor it via watch duty. Somebody could keep an eye on that. That's good. Our last update was 15 minutes ago with that photo. So 1 hour ago, they thought it was about 1,000 acres, maybe. Hot, windy conditions and dry vegetation on steep slopes are fueling the progression. But the firefighters remain engaged, and they say we have numerous aircraft where, well, they have a maximum of like probably 15 minutes to 45 minutes to fly until it's too dark. So, yeah, I'm trying to set this up, and I will probably just, the moment my head hits the pillow, my eyes shut, I'm probably going to be dragged down into sleep. But I want people to be aware of things. You wonderful mods, you can help take turns, I hope. Chris, I don't know if you're a morning person or others, if you want to like try to be here in the morning. Like some will have to sleep tonight, and then maybe some will relieve the others early as possible. Or if you guys could talk amongst yourselves, that'd be really awesome if you could set that up. Hey, Husky, and thank you everybody for being here. And there's too many people to greet right now. I want to quickly try to find out what's happening with the Shelly Fire. This is of concern. This could be like a big fire, but I don't know what nearby like towns might be in immediate danger from the Salt Creek. I don't know if the evacuation info, it seems like mostly it's just a warning for this general area. It doesn't seem like super adjacent to the communities of like Lake Creek or anything, but we know that the things could change with changing the winds, and that oftentimes happens at night. So I'm not familiar with this part of Oregon, but we know basic things like wind tunnels. That's what canyons are, right? And fire can climb against it. It can go against the wind in any direction as long as it's going up. So we'll keep an eye on that. They're probably just really hoping it doesn't get to the Obachan burn scar. So we're gonna look back to what the Shelly Fire is doing. This is I knew it was looking really, really dire. We had those quite grim warnings that I'm glad they were being quite frank. At the community meetings in this morning's update. But my heart sank when they said that we're going to try to get people with mules up in there. There's just not good road access, and that doesn't stop a old growth forest fire that's half dead, half tender dry. Hey, Desi, thanks for being here, Smitty. Thanks. There's a new one in Merced County, 30 acres. Keep us informed on that. So the Fort Jones camera, if you weren't here for the other two previous broadcasts I've done in the last 24 hours, been live at least 15 hours in the last 24. We'll figure this out later, what kind of hours we've been doing. There's statistics at the back end of YouTube. Thanks for patting me on the head. I swear I will get some sleep. Now, if you've seen some of the rampaging flames, high winds, even explained it, what happened. They had good retardant around it for a bit when wind was less in general, right? And so I tried to warn people that it's smoke column diminishing. Don't think that it's out. It's still in crazy terrain. And that when we see it with high winds, we're going to see something fierce. I don't know what the current wind condition is right now, but it's been running towards the camera all night. And they had kind of emergency meetings and powwows with the community. The moment that what was confirmed as being a ember from the top of the dead trees, on a ridgeline type thing, throwing many thousands of pieces, embers over the line, and they landed, and some of them caught pretty far away. So they told the community that, and so we've got to rethink the entire strategy. We've we don't have a lot of options. And they said, remember Paradise and Greenville, all those places, Brush and Berry Creek. And when they said that, everybody knows that those are places of death and losses, severe death and losses. Not Greenville, but everywhere else. Greenville was erased, basically. So they explained that that's a potential. We don't have a way to halt its progress right now. We're trying to get people in there, but they have to go back to the drawing board as soon as it spilled into the canyon. So some more dramatic images were in daytime, and it looks like it's just too old to show that. It's just beyond the 24-hour time lapse. But you can see this is from the Fort Jones, looking to the southwest. It's coming straight for places like the community of Etna, a small one, like a small, I don't know if it's a place name or like a very small community right in there is already under mandatory evacuations. So I always want to try to get a hang of that situation. Excuse me. I got just walked around a 100-degree heat. I need to get a beverage. My throat's a bit dry here. So whoops, here's the evacuation map. If it would load, please. There are links in the description of this video to like what I'm clicking on. So that I wish I would show place names better on this version of the map. I don't see a way to change the background style to something more topographic and make sure this is not a big deal. But oops, why does it bounce around? I'm sorry, friends. You get the idea. I believe that's Etna, right? Fort Jones and Etna anyway. So go back to, sorry, that's the lake fire down there. We'll have to check on what it's doing too. This one is crazy. In the meantime, here's the Shelly. There's Mount Shasta. Sorry, I'm bouncing around. So you got Shasta, you got the I-5 corridor over to the right here, but you got a smaller Highway 3 north here that goes up to Fort Jones. So you can see there's a lot of like irrigation, but not, low population, but enough to be pretty worried about here. Where the fire is moving quite quickly, and they haven't had a whole lot of time to say do any structure prep. They would have to let us know. I don't think that these communities down here have gotten a lot of warning. They were given it on Facebook, if they saw it, of course. People were given a hard assessment, but they didn't have many real answers about how fast it might reach them. It's maybe pretty surprising. or just, the worst case scenario kind of unfolding. We'll be waiting on pins and needles for some updates here, but that's live. Last time the GOES 17 satellite flew over was 5 minutes ago. Red is new heat detections from much, well, at least the same intensity, probably a little bit more than the last 25 minutes when it flew over before. Orange is in the last hour. So there's not a lot of good options here, but do individual structure prep perhaps, and hope that the wind just does a midnight miracle and maybe kind of stops. I don't know what the forecast is. Has it gone all the way to Fort Jones now, the evacuation orders? Okay, so I needed to have duplicated watch duty. Like I said, these evacuations are coming as fast as you can look at them. I'll put in the description of the video. Thanks, friends, for helping people with the links. If you can help keep up people's questions. So you have to click back here on the Shelly Fire. So it's 7 minutes ago, they mapped it at 2,400 acres. Additionally, current radio traffic indicates fires 3 hours and 2 miles from impacting the first structures in the Kidder Creek drainage area. I don't know what's in that entire drainage. It's just the one that's kind of Fort Jones is sort of looking like down the barrel of the gun, so to speak. We have canyons. We have a fire. Excuse me. This is my old rule that I tried to help educate people on. Like everybody pretty much learned it after what happened in Greenville. Consider your community extra vulnerable. If you have a fire at elevation, steep elevation up above your community, heavy fuels, situations, weather conditions like this and or wind, and the wind is aligning, going exactly the same way as the canyon pointed at your community. So it can run very, very fast. So it looks like the Orofino, yes, that's what I was trying to remember. Neighborhood or community is already gone under mandatory evacuations, but really everybody should be prepared to leave at a moment's notice or utilize daylight now to pack up animals. Because I don't know what the wind's forecast to do, but being that prepared is not a bad plan. It was just like boom, 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 the last 3 hours that the situation is just ballooned with all the evacuation notices. So we have to remember like the crazy behavior of things like the lake fire down there. That it was just staying up and staying up there until the wind just did this little change. And a huge 7-mile long wall of fire starting to come down off of the mountains. And many of the communities were spared just by the wind change at night. So that would be the best case scenario, but I wouldn't bet anything on it. I'd be absolutely prepared and helping my neighbors. I would call people who are in this area, if you know them, and say, you may not want to go to sleep on this fire. You may want to just go somewhere, even if you're not in the red yet. So you don't have the stress and, fear to knock on the door at night, and so you can relax, right? And let them do their thing if they need to. And as soon as evacuations are over, they can really just turn around and get to business, saving the structures and doing things like that. So, hey, Angela Brown, thanks for being here. Again, checks with the alerts from the sheriff's office. They call it the likely fire. Thank you for informing me about that one. Recent evacuation order for, the chat moved for likely California. All residents on County Road 64 East and west of the valley off of Wormville. There's a Wormville, Mill Creek Falls, and Mill Creek Campground east of the area. Thanks. We'll check this out. It says maybe something we want to listen to the radio. What do you think, friends? I want to just kind of set this up. Thank you, Larry, for Kite Nation. Everybody who's done that, please hit the like button to make sure people can find this info. We'll be down the search results, of course. I want to be able to turn on the radio and go and leave the mods to assist people overnight. It's just I can't keep my eyes open after Oh, it's Yuba County. God. RJ, how close? How close? All right. So we'll peel away. We're keeping an eye on the Salt Creek Fire in Jackson County, Oregon. The Shelly's making a run, and if you are in the whole Fort Jones area, I would really get ready to leave at a moment's notice. Or if you have livestock or special needs or things like that, I would go ahead of time. Elevate myself one above and evacuation orders. Then the officials, they paint with a broad brush, but consider your individual situation. The longer it would take you to leave, then the more you should prepare before you're told. And maybe just go, like I said, to relax elsewhere instead of being dependent on a knock on the door in the middle of the night to to keep safe, right? Keep yourself safe. That's the best way to do it, and not to depend on others. That frees them up. So let's look at what is happening. Let's have another Yuba County upload. Uh, Somebody said likely, or is that the town? I'm talking about the Royal. Um, Placer County? Yeah, this is Placer County. It's just a warning. It's pretty remote. Do I need to press something? Um, Yuba County, right? Just don't see anything. Is it just not named yet? Is it that new? Um, it's not on Watch Studio, right? I'm missing something, friends. Um, Likely California, it's called the North Fire. Somebody says. Okay, that's Nevada. Oh wait, Modoc County. Sorry, the North Creek Fire is Nevada. Modoc County. Okay, level 3 evacuation. Sorry. Oh, I get it. You were answering somebody else's questions, RJ, not mine about which county the fire's in. Okay. I was just very confused, like Yuba County, but okay. So looks like okay, it's not like a breaking news thing. Okay, okay. We got around 5 years, 5 years, 5 days ago. Guys, it gave me a heart attack. Not that that's not bad, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you, Spinny dude. Yeah, if anybody can, coordinate with each other. See, do take breaks, guys. Don't just sit down like I do because I'm a crazy person and not take breaks and walk stuff and just totally switch off. That's what they do to keep people fresh when you have to have a high focus, fast pace. We're gonna look back at the movements now of the fire moving towards Fort Jones. Um, like I said, the best thing you can do is just go away before you're told. If they have a good wind shift tonight, things will fare much better. But look how fast it's running. And this isn't really what I'd call a high wind event. It's just windy. So imagine if something like that happens. I mean, we saw the lake fire just kind of explode and randomly about face turn and face civilization and run for it. Right? You know, this makes me comfortable enough with the speed that it moved and the fact that we still have days and days in the forecast where it's super dry and considering some of the heavy fuels, high elevation, snags of old growth size, very tall on the top of high elevation. It's got all the makings of extreme danger running down to civilization, to the flatlands, and really endangering everything its path, honestly. So, likely is a town indeed. Okay, that's northern Nevada. Hey, thanks for keeping me informed, guys. Hard to keep up chat, very hard. So, what I want to do is turn on the radio It's saying air attack, this and that. I have a Shasta Siskiyou. Thanks to your kind donations, friends. I have Shasta Siskiyou speed dial here. Let's listen. Right, okay, let's look at aircraft location.
Was the Cal Fire unit that responded to Cornbrook? Engine 2693.
But he's still there.
2693, medic 68.
This is Siskiyou County. A Black Hawk took off from.
You're loud and clear. Can I get a patient update?
Okay, here's what we were listening for. Updates on the situation with the Shelly Fire.
Copy.
Copy what? We can't hear the end of the conversation. That's what we want, is a final analysis before the aircraft have to go. Okay. But yes, this could rampage throughout the night. It's going to be dependent on the weather, what it does. They'll do everything they can, of course. But just have hope, you know. The smaller, more compacted community is, the easier it is to defend, by far. Even though they don't have anything really in front of it except for maybe putting retardant in it and the like. There's actually, that's the good thing about this fire is small, compact nature of many of the communities. So they can sit and defend if they get a good head start, a good amount of time to prep structures, just all depending on the weather. And sometimes when the fire is approaching, sometimes if fire approaches your community at night and it loses some of its power that the sun provides, or the wind shift happens, the miracle at midnight or 2 a.m. Sometimes you want the fire to arrive near your town in a low-key way, right? In a pretty mild way so that they can make a stand. I mean, if a fire is going to approach town, that's may be what you want. You know, you could do worse. And I know that's really weird sounding, but that's the difference between, you know, defending places like Strawberry in Caldor, when the fire kind of arrived pretty low key, and they could do control burns and things around it and utilize that time, make their lines stronger and make vegetation, you know, disappear or thin out around the actual buildings. Make some good black where grass used to be. The dice roll here isn't entirely bad, but it is dire. It's going to be a dice roll. What will the weather be like tonight? Will the wind shift?
Lost River 16 Delta, 4th tone 8.
That's law enforcement crap. Hopefully we'll hear more about what's going on. Do we have a different channel, friends, other than Siskiyou County Sheriff and Fire West, that we might want to be listening to what's going on with the Shelly?
16 Delta has arrived, Grass Lake Station.
Let me look at Truckee, Susan.
On the Victor.
Back at what Van Chick was saying.
3 Whiskey Lima, 12.
Yeah, thank you, Angela, for reminding people. Thanks, guys, for being here. We'll take a look. Okay. I was hoping for an assessment, but the helicopter that left the building on the Shelly. It's too dark in the canyons to work now, probably as dusk falls. So what was a special request? What is going on by Truckee? Oh, the Royal. Okay. Yeah, the Royal. They have not raised, you know, the evacuation warnings. So I just did a quick peek of that a little bit ago. But they have issued evacuation warning for an area on the eastern side of the wildfire, including 5 homes along Soda Spring. Engines reporting back in quarters, so the night shift has just changed. So there is an evacuation map link if you go to the watch duty here for the wildfire. It was 1 hour ago, they revised its size to 54 acres. 54 acres, and they recently mapped it. So 2 additional Type 1 copters requested, and some will have night flying capabilities. But I would hope those may be needed to defend Etna, or the Fort Jones. I should say the Fort Jones communities. Can I kind of call them up there? Forgive me, so you guys just know what I'm referencing when I'm picking a region on the map.
6 off Scott Valley for Trinity, 4 on board, an hour and 30 fuel, so 23-minute ET, you're positive AFS at 23.
I want a camera on this. Let's see what it's doing. So this is Signal Peak, Nevada 1. Remember, sometimes about this time, we get that good wind change, it'll blow back on itself. So it just depends. We didn't really study the media aspect of like reading the weather. I'm much more familiar with other parts of California. Wow, look at that amazing sunset. That's California, a place of extremes, extreme beauty and danger. Wow, Banner Mountain 1. So, okay, which one was it? The other tab I had, excuse me, I have a million tabs open. Let's close some. Yeah, that's our light at Fort Jones 2 earlier. Okay, so this camera's called, is it Signal? It's actually a Signal Peak. Okay. Signal Peak 1. Oh, I forgot to tweet that I was live. Whoopsie daisy. What? I can't be wrong. Okay, that's the wrong. Why are we? Okay, cross-eyed here. Signal Peak NVCO 1. All right, that's. Oh, why didn't you say so? Why are they named the same things? Okay. All right. But here we are. I'm just not going to ask anymore. Why things can't be simple. So let's see the direction we're looking at. Find the cams. So we're looking southeast towards Tahoe. Are any other cams seeing the plume, and are they aligned? Forest Hill. It does.
7, I got you loud and clear.
Right. All right. North Fork of the American, anybody? Is that where it's hanging out? Danger layers. These are not the best things. I'll watch D themselves.
Medical.
I've hiked here. Holy crap. Whoa, deja vu. Okay, that was a long time ago, though. I almost died here. Near Donner Pass is a tough room to play in when you're not used to the Sierras, man. Okay. Do we have any new evacuations? Sorry, I'm struggling to listen to Siskiyou County. It's really just a bunch of medical calls. So 21 minutes ago, it's 54 acres. Let's look at It's just east of Snow Mountain then. All right. We duplicate CalTopo. Let's go over to Snow Mountain. Hopefully it takes us to the right spot over here. How many snow mountains are there? Probably. Truckee. Go to Truckee.
27 Light Hill. Continuing on here. Copy, I'm headed on to help.
I don't know if that was evacuation efforts in Siskiyou County or if it's just normal police staff. They're talking about going to where there's a couple houses here. Okay, so we are on the American North Fork, right? Aren't we, honey? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, just east of Snow Mountain. Yeah, there we are. The Palisades Creek Trail. Not to freak out anybody at the other Palisades, like in LA County or like by Calistoga. Calm. Guys.
Copy, go with officer. 532 is entering the CFR from the Outer Scott Valley off the northeast here. Shelly Fire.
Okay, we have aircraft. Let me listen to. That's supposed to be where Siskiyou is.
416606017448.
I can't see aircraft up there. There's still a few southwest of Truckee right here, but I don't have a good working knowledge of it, nor let's see, yeah, the smoke column, let's see which direction. The only good thing about this is if we get the nighttime change in the upslope versus downslope type of winds, as it cools off, if it cools off in these places, you'll just sluggishly move forward and even move a little bit back on themselves. I wouldn't know. I haven't studied what might happen at night in these places. I was planning to be asleep for so many different days in a row. Wind.
4158, 28, clear 28.
It's out of the northwest, presumably. So let's look at our
4158 on the forward focus.
just police stuff. So I'm still listening to Siskiyou County, but if they don't say anything about the fire, I'm just gonna turn that off. It's kind of distracting me in my left ear, but we got to see if we got to see if they are going to speak on it. But if we have a different radio, let me know. That's like currently this is Siskiyou County Sheriff and Fire West. That has 100 listeners. So I don't know what else, what other channel we might need. So we are looking at the Wildfire right now. We could just do a quick National Weather Service Truckee forecast. National Weather Service, let's go. The advisory. Sorry, I'm still listening to Siskiyou County here. Tonight, clear with a low around 51. Sorry, this is very tiny. I don't know if you see it or not. High memory use detected. Yeah, I probably have 65 tabs if I have one open. Thanks a lot, Edge browser. Giving me a solid there. Tonight, clear low on 51. West wind 5 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. Monday, sunny with a high rate of 92. Light and variable wind. Southwest 5 to 10 miles an hour in the afternoon. But let's see if any of the special weather statements here are mentioning wind changes, etc. The Greater Tahoe area is a heat advisory. That's pretty rare. High temps in the low 90s will yield moderate heat risk. Okay, until 11. Hot temps today may cause heat related illnesses and treat fluids. That's not really that helpful here. At least when they have like a red flag, they explain, what the winds may be doing. Now, additional forecasts and information. Snow probability. Oh dear. Going back to the Shelly, I want to look up Truckey's. I need to look up Truckey's NOAA weather real quick. National Weather Service sometimes doesn't have all the details we want. The Shelly Fire, we got brand new evacuations, guys. So it's, I really hate being right, but make the best. We got to make the best of that situation. So what I would look at here is current conditions tonight. Just really quickly, I've got Truckey's weather here. Come here, Truckey. And we've got new evacuations probably to the north and the northeast of where the fire's at on the Shelly. Okay. Current conditions tonight. When is the wind going to die down or change after 11? Truckey's wind, it says it would be almost like a dead calm after 11. So I would just hang tight, be ready. In that area, unless you feel particularly vulnerable or that they get close to it, we just got to monitor it, keep an eye on it. But as long as there aren't high winds tonight, depending on how close you are, you'd have to educate me on the kind of fuels here and such. But I have not heard anything from Siskiyou County. But we've got to go running back there. There's a new evacuation order for zone SIS 2206 with the Shelly Fire. Like I said, it could run for Orofino, Fort Jones. I just could call it the region, like the area. And don't think that down here we might be more safe or something. A little wind direction shift. But look, see, these canyons are wind tunnels, and look at the community at the end here. Both of the communities up there by Fort Jones, and of course Greenview and Cheeseville or whatever those regions are, share a big risk here, where if it just goes, no matter which way the wind is going, it can just go up and down slopes because it can race up. These are steep mountains. Stuff like flaming pine cones could fall down the other side, light the bottom, and then it races up the other side. They can porpoise that way, like a swimming porpoise at the top of the ocean. So that's why a lot of this is on warning. So I would still be prepping like at Etna stuff. And with the way this changed extremely rapidly, we're going to look at the forecast in a second. I just wouldn't trust anything to the forecast. So, hey, love for Heavy, thank you. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm sorry I've been unable to greet people and barely been able to keep up chat. This is a lot of time to go without sleep for me. So I was hoping to set it up and mods take some shifts, and I really hope it calms down and people come and go and people can monitor it with the cams. So what we need to look at it right now. Yeah. Like monitor like that. So it's been coming towards this cam from this direction, just looking to the southwest. But once it's on flatlands, it's easier to chase after. But the long range spotting potential because of the fire that could get up on the ridges and loom over the dead trees, and the fact there are a lot of trees up there. Everywhere down here is very vulnerable because the spots can rain down. So unless the wind shifts in like goes the opposite direction. I think things are in critical danger right now. And Shunani says, is there any updates on the Salt Creek fire? We're bouncing back and forth to them, waiting to hear. I'm listening to Siskiyou County. It's not giving me fire info. That's Siskiyou County Sheriff of Fire West. Is there like a different one, friends? On Broadcastify. Can you track one down for me? Maybe Angela. Angela's good at that. Shmi. Angela, can you track down a Broadcastify for Shelly? The one that doesn't work right now that I'm listening to that you guys aren't is Siskiyou County Fire Sheriff from West. There's 90 people listening, but nothing about the fire. So hopefully we'll sign people here. These orders are coming faster than I can even explain them. They spread out really, really quickly as I've passed like 3 hours. So we don't have any other good views of this fire. This one from the distance, which shows it's like a, huge, gigantic doom cloud. Is that a woodpecker? But every once in a while, you get a glimpse of how crazy and fast it's moving. When it goes into nighttime infrared, we'll see big bright slashes up. And this time lapse, every once in a while we get a glimpse in between the smoke. Just how wide and moving like a wall it is. I know that they wanted to do their best getting people with mules and rakes and shovels and hand lines and hand crews, but it's not that they are not going to succeed for a lack of trying. That's not going to do anything against this. It's a moving freight train ahead of a fire right now. That can ultimately have a good hand in winning the fight, but really it's planes and machines, and they haven't had enough time to finish much. So like I said, though, the one thing that these communities have going for them is that the more tighter and smaller they are and compact, easier they are to save, to just bounce from dwelling to dwelling, prep them, save them, fire sweeps past them, then they chase after it from behind, and if any buildings down the road have caught, then they try to extinguish that. So the fire tends to jump over hills from like hilltop to hilltop by the embers. And the weirdest thing is sometimes the communities are like in little narrow canyons. They're easier to save, like Christmas Valley by top. So it depends on, like I said, how intense is the fire when it meets your community's doorstep. But if it has to come, there's a dice roll here, but there's a possibility that the wind shift could change if it does occur tonight. It happens just in the nick of time, like midnight to 2 a.m. or so. And it either just dies down, the smoke smothers itself, buys them time, or shifts directions or something. Now, just don't count on it. Be prepared always. That's a bug. Oh, I thought it was like a woodpecker bug. No woodpeckers awake at this time of night, actually. So where's that scary big arching wall of flames thing? Back in, what's crazy is when it reveals it's the entire line, like the entire ravine on fire in the line. Yeah, see that a lot. But let's look at the timestamps too, like how long ago did this happen? 1848 is what time? 18, so yeah, 3 hour time. That's 20 o'clock. Okay, let's go. Sorry, I can't listen to this anymore. I'm going to turn it off in my ear. It was muted for you guys. Too distracting. Hopefully we'll get some sort of radio to listen to the Shelly Fire right now. And keep me informed about the others. Now, where's that? Good. Perfect frame to kind of illustrate this. You just roll it. This goes real fast. maybe there's no one frame, but you can see in the time lapse that it's all on fire in a straight line at different lakes on that entire ridge line. So these are pretty tall peaks, so they got their work cut out for them. But they'll do everything they can. So what the best thing we can do is give people the scenarios and all the information possible. Being small might be how to survive with many of these communities. I think the great threat to the forest is really bad. We're going to take a lot of damage until we get some true rain, honestly. Flapping Wing says I'm on a phone, just can't hear you very well. It must be this crummy phone. Yeah. There's a maximum volumes Flapping Wings, so I'm going to tell you how to solve that. Google your phone model number or Android version and find out how to disable maximum volume via developer options. That'll fix you up, Flapping Wings. Just find a video, and I can't really make myself louder. I'll start peeking into sorting, but I hope that helps you. Find a Bluetooth headset to connect maybe with your phone, or there's also what you could do is cast your phone to your TV, smart TV, or watch us on Roku or YouTube app. Okay, thanks, Angela. Let's see which buckets I been dug up here. Northern Siskiyou County Fire EMS. Okay, awesome. Let me add that speed. Okay, and then I'll leave it on and go to sleep. And then once you're gonna hold the fort, I hope, for the night. I'm sorry, friends. I've been up for like 4 days, so very little in the way of sleep. So just keep adding this to my permanent. Let's see. Northern Siskiyou. Really add to the permanent dashboard so we can have a speed dial to get to some of these broadcasts. Here we go. Let's test play. How active are they? I guess we'll find out. I don't see any aircraft or anything. We had heard aircraft departing, but they didn't say anything. Either they were out of range correctly or maybe gave their opinion before I tuned in. It's hard to say, but I had to come home to start all this, and it takes a little bit of time behind the scenes to get this all in order. So hopefully this won't blast you out. I'll keep it muted, and as soon as they start talking, I will. Actually, right now, I'll mute it for you. Okay, friends. We can monitor the others too. Come back and keep looking at this, but we just need to help keep telling people that there's new evacuations. Thank you, Angela. Yeah, thank you, Chris, for being here. Really appreciate it. It all went pretty south in 3 hours. It's just making its own weather, because of its tremendous amount of fuel that it's eating. Big trees and big dead trees it's a lot of food for the hungry hippo game that fire is. Remember the other fires like the Woolsey and everything, they're not the worst one. They kill living trees, presumably. Living trees, the trunks don't burn because it's full of hundreds of gallons of water, depending on the size of the tree. So the limbs burn off and the tree dies. But after years and years of baking in the sun and drying out, now the entire log, the entire trunk of the tree, which is a much bigger fuel source, all of it 100% can incinerate. And so you get a couple of these on fire together, and it starts a chain reaction. A lot of heat thrown up into the sky quickly. That has, if more and more hot air keeps bumping up against stuff trying to rise, making it faster, eventually it reaches a twisting pattern, like a tornado that doesn't move, depending on, you call it a vortex, fire whirl, or another variety of, but you get the idea, a twisting wind tunnel where the heat's rising tremendously fast. That sucks in air from the bottom that's fresh, and what do you get when you add either heat or oxygen or fuel to a fire? You get intensity, either of those. So when dead trees start going up like that, it finds a lot of them, then the immense heat there, the blast furnace effect of the air rushing in, it burns the dead trees faster and makes it move faster, and so it's a self-perpetuating cycle where it gets more intense and more intense and more intense. It may be able to form pyrocumulus clouds at night. I'm pretty sure it has done that at some point. But I'm not there, but it does look like just really heavy dense fuels. It's just like they described. So a change in wind direction or something would be the best situation for this. David Green says a new strike team just got sent to Siskiyou, Shelly Fire from Shasta County. Are they flying in? Thanks for the information. But it's a get out of the way of the fire situation. And I would go before I was told in the vicinity of this, is I'm very glad that they pushed out far and wide the evacuation zones to give people, as much notice as possible. It would have been nice if they kind of did this yesterday, but if they had had a quiet night, I'm sure they were hoping to not have to do this. But from what they were saying, like we're saying the seriousness, and we don't have good lines in right now, and it's running around, and the winter sucks, and the terrain sucks. We're not going to get relief. We don't have quick access, and we have to hike in and be on mule team, literally. That alone means that, and as we've been interpreting, that the fire's going to do what it wants right now, just basically the whim of the weather. So like I said, though, the one good thing going for places like this, and we have evacuation shelters, I would just go to them. If I was near it, could smell the smoke was coming my way, especially, I'd just go to them. And we have animal shelters at a dog shelter at Overland Road in Wairika, and a livestock and cat shelter there, Fairlane Road in Wairika. I'm only hearing static.
Area 2057.
Hey, maybe we can hear something. All right, let's click back to the images and then check on the Wildfire too, up there by Truckee. Man. You look out the window, you see stuff like that. So down in the valley, it's a big wide net for who needs to be evacuated, because I don't want to scare anybody, but it's a sobering thought that many of the embers can just be flying pretty long distance and land. Whether it's irrigated field or green, I don't know the status of the situation down there. It's not going to do much, but there's plenty of other places where it can land and be in the dry. Okay, now we're watching the rest of this 24-hour time lapse. Yeah, so good. Daytime. Some of the fields are irrigated. It's a good grid. That's going to be very, very helpful. They may even maybe they'll even fight fire with fire, make black out of some of this the dry stuff, right? Especially if the winds shift, they could just do a Hail Mary type pass, and like if the wind dies down, some places they could try to burn a lot of the fuel off with control burns if possible. We saw them do a lot of this at the Apple Fire, not too far north from in Oregon. They had similar conditions and terrain. So they did an excellent job with that. It was very difficult and really similar conditions, dead trees and steep terrain. Sometimes it just got really ugly on the cams. With the nature of a dice roll with the weather, you can get lucky, right? You can. So let's look at our current views. It just keeps advancing. Here's a 3-hour time lapse. Same Fort Jones camera. It's basically the one that has a good view. We're looking to the southwest. For 24 hours, it's been running down this particular canyon, and just look at the wind tunnel effect with the smoke, and look at the smoke drift and splay out. Wow. Yeah, it looks like a nuclear bomb to you too. Yeah, it looks like that to me. Like some of the dirtier ones. You know, some of the tests were clean and almost fun to look at, like you realize what it is. Like you know, Castle Bravo and Trinity, but some of them were just ugly and dirty and just ugh. That's what fire is. It's big, scary, ugly, and dirty sometimes when it's like this. So, Shelly making some notes. I'm still.
Starbucks something in. Please cancel and return EPL into 26.
I was just gonna say, you haven't said anything. 3 hours. 3 hours. Get out of its way. Let them handle it. You know?
1214 around area, North Creek, Crater Creek Road.
So our copies of 2101.
Let's read the weather for Fort Jones. See when we might have some wind relief like we did for Truckee. Truckee, around 11, it's said that wind would be almost a dead calm. I think that's got a lot going for it. This is a different ballgame with that Wildfire. So if we just go to Fort Jones, I have no weather by Pandemonium software on the app, and so it's very hard to check the all the chat. I'll do my very best. Do the @Catherine, and I did click on my name to highlight my name. So thanks everybody for helping people in the chat. Be practicing for when I finally have to sleep soon. I'm gonna eat a little bit more, and I got a little bit of a jolt right now. So with Fort Jones right now, they have an excessive heat warning. Current temperatures 90, but it'll fall to 63. So let's look about when that might happen. Yeah, we have a somewhat rapid cooling, sort of. By 1 a.m. it might be 73. By 5 a.m. 64 degrees. So we flip on over to wind. It's still saying like right now it's not that windy. Yeah, it is. It's kind of generating. It's a bit of its own weather right now. But this is it's a wake-up call. This is what it can do without a lot of exterior wind forces, just from the dryness to terrain. Heat dome's great. So it's saying the wind gusts are like 7 or 8 miles an hour, and the speed is 3. That's of course a flatland place, and this is the mountain. But tomorrow will be 107 degrees, but wind generally calm. That's a bonus. It's not like a big windstorm. You know, it could be worse, but at worst, excuse me. I need to get a drink. David Dillon, did you have a quick question? Thanks, guys, for being here. And we got 81 likes. That's very appreciated. It helps people find us in a search. I wish I could be here all night to cover this stuff. I just want to keep playing the 3-hour time lapse so people understand just how dangerous it is. It's covered a lot of ground. It's up, skipping, and jumping by throwing embers and such out in front of itself. Plus, it's a solid wall marching thing too, which is where it's just finding all kinds of awesome fuel on the ground. A whole lot of it. lots of pine cone and dead stuff on the ground. It hasn't been burned off quite over here, quite in this area in quite some time, I don't think. I don't know, MiG-22, I was, oh, yeah, they said under investigation. It's, this one has been going on, and it was like a sleeper fire for weeks. Other big fires took the headlines. I was nervously eyeing this. Somewhere it's near the Pacific Crest Trail, and so at the community meetings, they go, what caused it? They go, under investigation. That's all we're going to hear for a bit. But there was no lightning in the area. That's what you're asking. But it was prior to the 4th of July. So it calmed a little bit because weather was cooperative for a bit. And they did a really hard work putting retardant ropes around it with major aircraft slams every day. And so when the smoke columns began to die down and things began to look better, I just thought, my God, quickly button this up. But they just didn't have good road access. They were hiking in, arranging for mules, literally. It's just too slow. We can't party like it's 1899 here. So if they go in with mules, they have really limited. It's basically like
Gear engine 352.
making trails to try to stop it. And we've seen,
32, Wairika.
flames.
Wairika, Sierra engine 352, tone 7. Change your locations to Ashland. We'll go out of service with duty.
Changing locations, Ashland, go out of service with the duty at 2106.
Okay. So this just may affect the valley pretty severely tonight, but I hope they're gathering the troops. They'll run around and chase it like whack-a-mole. There's good stuff I'm seeing when it's down in the flatland, and that's that half irrigated and half green nature of everything down there. It's checkerboarded. That's perfect. They may have to light some of the they get an opportunity, the dry stuff in satellite pictures and whatnot. We're looking live at it, and so where the embers land on the green, it's just not going to take very well, and where they've pre-fired the dry stuff,
2684.
it won't take either. The winds are up there.
84 working.
If it's not very windy down at the bottom, they've got a perfect opportunity for that.
2684. Fire's contained. Will need to be checked tomorrow. We'll be on a delay. Notify when I'm back in service.
Copies 2107.
Okay, was that some of the smaller thing? I don't know. We're trying to find out here. David Dillon says the mountain range has lots of steep ridge lines and deep narrow canyons. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the Shelly Siskiyou. We're looking for the community of Fort Jones to the southwest, and Etna is right around here. So if you know where the Pacific Crest Trail goes, if you go up I-5, like Weeda and Shasta is to the east, right? There's a parallel road to I-5, but it's much more rugged backcountry called Highway 3. It goes past Etna, and then it'll go up and connect eventually. So there's several smaller communities and agricultural land interspersed here. Some residences up in the hills, but there's Klamath National Forest there, so there's a limited amount, mountains, I mean. So it's seventh circle of hell to fight a fire, and everything is basically bad. You can count a couple of blessings, like there's no massive windstorm coming in off the Pacific right now to make it a freight train monster, but it's quite vigorous just because it has the fuel, massive fuel. Partly dead old growth forest is really a nightmare. So it could cause its own like wind. It has that amount of heat to get twisting patterns going and whatnot. But let's see, what was they've got good chances to whack them all night. And like I said, maybe like the grassy dry stuff if it comes to it on the flatland, and then where Embers land on the black it won't take, and where it lands on green irrigated stuff probably won't take. They could probably even start some of the what are those things called? The rotating circular irrigator things. Oh, there's a special name for that. I'm dead tired. So the thing about Fort Jones is there's a very good thing, and it's going to go to 64 degrees tonight. Heat puts the fire on steroids, and so you take away heat, you take away some ferocity, and there's no forecast for like high winds. So there are some bright spots here. One of the best is that it's a compact, smaller community. The smaller they are, the easier they are to defend. It's easier to defend in a flat area than up on high. So I hope they're able to have made some structure protection for anybody that was up in the drainage. I don't know if there's any homes up there. It's our current camera view. When it flips into infrared, we'll get somewhat of a clear view, I hope, as long as they calibrate that. So, yeah, William, thanks for being here. A lot of irrigation.
Yeah,
That's a great strength.
17, go ahead.
and Blackstone 1072.
All right, we're going to look at the Wildfire by Truckee and then back to Oregon with the salt, whatever it's called.
17 and 1072, not even at 21.
Couldn't make that out. You just have to listen. I don't know if there is a radio for what's going on with the Wildfire. But since what could happen is that shifting of the winds tries to push it to the west, like, you know what I mean, like gently the nightly wind shift, it'll kind of blow it back on itself by some time. I think they've I'm a lot less concerned, I will say, here for what's going on with Truckee than I am for what's going on in Siskiyou County, and I haven't even looked at the lake fire. Is the lake fire steady? Is it a steady situation? We'll pop back to Oregon in a second, the one northeast of Medford, and then I'm going to pass out. You guys have to pick a radio for me, and then I have to pass out, like in 5 minutes. Like I will shovel food in my mouth, take my shoes off, face plant on the bed, and pass out. So just let me know what you want me to hook up. And mods, I hope you're ready. And hopefully the midnight miracle will happen, and that's oftentimes with these mountaintop fires looking really seriously bad. Around midnight or 2 a.m., there might just be and the wind keeps blowing, keeps it active on the very tops. But instead of blowing down and plunging down the hills, sometimes it just starts to just go at the same straight line and not really ride up and down in elevation. Don't ask me what that's called, but we've seen that before. Like even with the lake fire a couple of nights ago, when it looked like apocalypse. So there's roll the dice. Let's see what the weather's going to be like. But we know our heroes will do everything they can. They know about the seriousness of the situation. So there's, it's not all dire. I don't have any new information except for 2 hours ago. Where they expanded evacuation orders for Figueroa Mountain Road, Junction Camp, Tunnel Road, Chamberlain Ranch. Yeah. Okay. Lake fire continues to spread to the southeast then. We knew that. All right. Let's go back to Oregon and check on that salt, whatever it is. But really, you have to answer me which radio do you guys want? Is Modoc County, Salt Creek. Wow, what a picture. Dude. Well, they're very close. They're retardant planes. Dude. Is Medford or one of these airports near Medford one of the retardant bases or? Wow. Just a couple of them have huge amounts of flame retardant. They're pre-delivered for the season. That's a nice one. It's almost pretty. Fires are almost pretty if they don't harm anything. Or, well, any particulate matter that is like a pollution or dust in the atmosphere that reflects the sunlight is always pretty, making pretty sunlight. Sunsets. You want Siskiyou County Radio? We're listening to that, and yeah, we got Siskiyou County Sheriff Fire West going, and just, we don't hear anything. I've never heard any of the ground crews talking. Anytime we've tried to cover the Shelly, it's always just been air attack and they're off the fire. It may not be that we hear anything significant from the radio on the Shelly, unfortunately.
Fort Jones, medical, be a raise.
All right, I am turning off one of those because the medical seems to be bleeding into both channels. Oh my god. Okay, heart attack. Is it Northern Siskiyou County Fire and EMS? We're supposed to be. Oh man. But the county sheriff and Fire West has said nothing about the fire. Kathleen Danvers says, as with the fire dispatcher, tell me if you don't feel safe. Yeah. Leaving because of your own good sense is the best way to make the decisions. Don't turn off your brain just because authorities are around to give you information. You're getting self-educated by, well, you're looking up fire information. That's why you're here. You're certainly doing it other places too. Hang on. So you're perfectly capable of making good decisions for yourself. The officials are guidance. They're there to help you. They got their hands full sometimes, and they're humans too. They make mistakes. So your gut.
1351 and 2117. We have no description on this patient from the SO. All they had was a 68-year-old male on foot from the post office to raise.
Injured somebody somewhere. I don't know if it's fire related. I don't. So the point is that they got their hands full. They have stresses. They have policies. They have their own prejudices, their own detrimental optimism, their own biases, their own, the fire last time did this or that, and so I think that's what it's going to do this time, this or that. They've got their own ways of thinking, and sometimes if they want to tell you something, they can't, or they get fired. Or they know all of the dangers. They're taking it 100% seriously, but they don't have the manpower to talk to everybody or respond as fast as they would like because the situation is evolving extremely rapidly. So make the best decisions for yourself. They encourage you to leave before they tell you about it. That is the best option. that is the latest image. So we may see it slow down a little bit. I'm hoping for that. But the best way to do that is kind of do a couple of time lapses, compare. And we wait for them to explain better. Hopefully they will. But everybody who is in the yellow realize you actually are in danger. That's why yet the yellow is there. RJ Walters says Southern California has been on fire. Now it's our turn. Yeah. That's what Wes Welcome says. There's so many. That's the nature of these heat domes. I'm surprised there's not more actually. With the amount of statistics of like the populations of the western states and the extreme conditions where if a spark were to land into receptive fuels, what's the percentage chance that it would actually start a fire? The single spark, like, flint and steel. And most of the time, because of humidity, and even if it is summer, humidity and lower temperatures, there's like a percentage chance that it doesn't start a fire. We are at a 100% chance in many counties. I'm astounded there's not dozens of extra fires here. It's because they're responding really diligently and pouncing on them, yes. But there's actually a lot of community cooperation and intelligence. If you think about just how many people out there could make a spark its own way, and it's extremely easy right now, including maybe even dropping a cell phone. I'm actually astonished about people's cooperation. A lot of it's luck, of course, but a lot of it is people finally being more proactive and picking up the phone when they see smoke or anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, single spark 100% in many of these areas. So let's look back. I keep checking to see if they're trying to update evacuations. I think they will. So if I was down there in the Fort Jones area, I'd coordinate, especially if I had gates or something like that, with getting them gate keys, leaving notes, calling the non-emergency number to coordinate with dispatch. So you have such water resource at your place or irrigation, whatever available. Maybe they'll want you there, like know how to use a tractor or something. Maybe they'll want you gone. Just explain your availability of your resources. Ask what they want you to do. Only call 911 if there's an actual emergency, like an actual fire landed near you or somebody's bleeding to death. You need immediate evacuation assistance, like your car isn't starting and that sort of thing would still be like, non-emergency number right now, but do let them know. If you think anybody else doesn't know about this, for one, you can't alert them that they may not know about the danger, have the wherewithal, or they may be asleep already. A lot of them go to bed at 8. You may not know about just how close it's getting, or maybe they don't have transportation, need special assistance. Give dispatch all the info, their phone number, address, and name. Say that if things get chaotic, they really and perhaps a assist out. So RJ says the Royal is going to be hard to stop. Yeah, right. I haven't been able to, study the terrain and what possible fuels are there right now, but there's going to be a nice dead calm. And I think we may even be seeing some of the reversal winds already happening with the cooling of the mountain air up by Truckee. So that's got it going. What's going for this place at Fort Jones is that they're going to have 64 degrees weather. Eventually, it's going to weaken it a little bit just by taking at least some of the heat out. Down here in the flat areas, they have lots of irrigation, lots of options. But if you're like close, to them. Remember, they paint evacuation things with a broad brush. If you're a couple of minutes or maybe even 20 minutes drive away from evacuation, a paved road on like a flat land, like if it takes you a while to get down from a windy one, have one road out or something, you should definitely elevate yourself to one stage higher than everybody else. You can't evacuate tonight so you could sleep, near this, because if you do go to sleep, you'll probably be knocked on and chaotically been told to leave. So Derek Ginter says hikers found it, reported it to TNF by hikers. Yeah, it could be like a warming fire by somebody who didn't understand it got away from them, or that they should put a campfire out with water. I mean, it's cool at night, like it's 64 down there at Fort Jones. People on the Pacific Trail, it must be freak accident or normal kind of accident, stupidity. Who take your pick, but it's not lightning. And thanks for the info about that. That just jogged my memory. Yeah, if it gets established by Truckee, I don't know. We'll have to look at the Royal Fire to see a lot of things. We'd have to look at what's the current vegetation like, whether blah, blah. Sorry, I didn't mean to say blah blah blah, but I'm deliriously tired. So it doesn't look like we have any chatter at all whatsoever on this Siskiyou County Fire and EMS. Turn it off because it has a hiss. There's nothing about the fire, so please just get me any kind of radio, and then I have to hand it off to you guys. Thanks for being here, Legit Gamer. Thanks everybody for being here, and all of you who hit the like button is very, very, very appreciated. Thank you, Larry Green, again for your donation. I'm not drunk. I'm deliriously tired. This is almost good as, right? I can't competently do this. Being nearly 4 days without sleep, or extremely little, so I'm crashing hard. Thank you, bots, for volunteering to watch this show tonight. I want to find some sort of radio that's on, like any radio. Do we have, say, a radio for what's going on at the Royal Fire? Salt Creek, it's going to be hard to get information on because we don't have like actual cameras in the area. Just people mostly taking photos. It's not immediately threatening like a town. It's concerning. You don't want it to, obviously spread here. I'm very worried if it gets in the South Ocean, if they didn't salvage long, it's a lot of dead timber and like it could just be monstrous. Hopefully they'll be able to stop it. But a lot will depend on can they keep it out of there. And were they able to salvage like anything? Like what are the popular feeds of California? Is there Northern California Public Safety? Colorado and Amador has 52 listeners, but that's kind of typical. Like, just scanning around. Fresno, that's because it's a city. Bakersfield just has listeners because it's people listen to the police. Or the highest listener counts. LA, everybody's always listening to LAPD because the police. Just scanning through all California channels. Orange County is not. Sacramento County always has hundreds of listeners because of police. Look at messages. Yep, there's a Oregon Department of Forestry, Southwest Oregon Fire District, Central Point. Got Brokefish wanted to share a link, and that's more information on Facebook about the salt or whatever that's called. See how tired I am. I'm not confident, guys. Find a radio for me, please. Find a radio station A for me if can. Just you. we'll look back at that bad images of it coming to Fort Jones in a second. So this is Oregon Department of Forestry South. If you need some of the updates, I have a Facebook account, so you don't have to, guys, but can't be here at night. But friends, bookmark that and help people understand any potential new evacuations for Jackson County. It's just hard to monitor because you don't have eyes on it. Now, let's look at this arching flame fire situation at Fort Jones. I'll leave that with you and go get a drink. I'll be right back. Hopefully we can find any radio at all to listen to. Anyway, this is the live view of what Shelly Fire is coming. It is coming. Hold on to your butts. Be right back. Okay, friends, I'm refreshed. I'm getting some food out of the kitchen. Good thing I got just air. Don't want to walk right in front of the blast of air conditioning. That would be like wind on the microphone effect. Sorry if it does it anyway. So C-Pro arranged a feast for me, and we waited for some good food. Try to relax. Phone blew up as I checked on things. I realized I have to come home, at least start it. So the mod's can assist people throughout the night. guys, you are under orders to take care of your own health. You don't have to like sacrifice. Oh, I can't make it to the kids whatsoever party, or you know what I mean, or do your family things, arrange shifts with each other, give each other like 1 hour rests and break. And if it comes down to like, oh, there's two of you and you both have to do something, it's not the end of the world. You know, it's not the end of the world. Just hopefully, if any of you have to go and it looks low staff situation, and check in from time to time, you know. So I'm trying to get some food here. I'll be right back. All right, got some pulled pork here. Thank you so much for your kind donations. I was like, well, that's it. I'm ordering soul food. We're gonna heal up here and do the needful. I'm a fan of poor Chinese translation stuff. It's cute. And once, like a tech support Asian person was obviously using a translator. He goes, "Okay, thank you for accommodating, but if you would please, would you now do the needful?" All right, let's shovel a lot of food here. Okay, do we have a radio that we can listen to? Because I have an idea that we could put on rain sounds so it's not like dead air, and maybe that'll lull some anxious people to sleep. It would look really weird, though. It'd be kind of a clash with what we're seeing on the screen. We have to have something. Some people put a looping NOAA weather. That could get annoying. The clouds are cute, hyper up in the 7,000 feet. There will be more ice and snow. That kind of voice bothers me. It doesn't relax me. There's an idea. Maybe we can have a petition that the kind of disturbing old robo voice for NOAA weather on the AM radio, more of a soothing one like NPR, you know, like pleasant lady talking to you time to time, or like a sexy Australian talking to you from time to time, or an Austrian, somebody, you know, interesting. Shake it up. Otherwise, it's hypnotic in a bad way. Be right back. Okay, I got some food. All right, what's it looking like? I don't know why Smart Life that automatically hid your comment. I'm sorry about that. I want to show people the crazy runs it's been making. This is just the last hour, folks. What we're trying to do is find some sort of a radio to turn on. Hopefully it deals with the fire. I've not heard anything on the Siskiyou channels, but if there's something else, let me know. Let's see if we have an update on the Wildfire, but Truckee, nothing, and I don't know that you're going to get one. Do we have a radio? Let's try Placer County, right? Do we have anything? I really want to be in bed in 10 minutes. This is the goal. Okay. I've been awake way too long. We don't like being lied to. You're not welcome here because you are stressing out other people instead of being someone who is a supportive group member of a support group. I gently explain to you it stresses out people when you tell them they're being targeted by weapons and whatever you feel it's important to tell them about. Get your own channel. I am not silencing you. You can get your own channel. Tell your story the way you want to. I am sorry for what happened in Lahaina. I tried to cover it, lied, but there's not much we could do. You do not get special privileges to upset everybody, special rights, just because you've been victimized. Everybody else here has their own tales of sorrow. My friend died in a fire. But I don't barge into other people's places and tell them how to do what they do and demand a microphone from them to go make people feel more uncomfortable. It's rude. It's not called for. You are banned. Please don't come back. Please don't keep making accounts and coming back. Make your own channel. You can stay if you obey. You have exhibited time and time again. You don't care how you make people feel here. It's okay. You can listen, but we don't tolerate that here. I protect my people. And this will be a place of safety, security, comfort to fire victims. I think that you might need to see a counselor if you think that you are burned out by energy and laser weapons and whatever it is you believe. You are grieving. You are susceptible to lies and people trying to make you fearful. You have been affected. I'm sorry about that. But nothing, no matter what you suffer, it doesn't give you the right to go and pass on suffering to others. I'm going to go back to what I do best here. I've been awake for several days. We don't understand that. And what else to say? But don't you dare tell me shame on me. We have shame on you. We have saved lives here. You are interrupting that process. We're doing it again, potentially. So sit down and be silent, please, or be gone. Okay, friends. Back to business. It's not all about you, also. There's other people. All right. What are our options? Rachel Jack says, I haven't found any radio channels. Thank you so much for checking all that. I'd hate for it to be off, you know. Do we know which channel, like during the day, the aircraft start talking on? Maybe it could just be mostly silent. If it's irrelevant, people can mute it throughout the night. But do you think they'll be on something like Shasta SHU? Is that where the aircraft take off from? Yeah. We've had enough patience. That's just somebody who's, you know, I could feel sympathy for, but patience has reached a limit. You know, we gotta move on. Let's see here. That's shelters. Did we have a new update? Let's do more time lapse quick to see if there's any slowing down. I'm just hoping that the temperature as it changes. Excuse me, I got a cough. I'm hoping the temperature as it changes will start to weaken it. That last image is not calibrated. It's exaggerated because it's the camera's in the middle of an adjustment. Hopefully it will calibrate and go back to giving us clear images like, I don't know, when it first happened, when it first flipped over. Like that is a much clearer picture, but it's trying to adjust itself. Don't be too alarmed when you see that. It's when there's a flare up, the light and the whoosh. It's temporary whoosh. Yeah, stone wind, the lizard people. I get accused of being a lizard. Take such offense. Yeah. I don't know how to start a fund for victims, and I have no idea how. I don't even know how to do my own finances, so I've always been interested and said if anybody has expertise in that. I did consult with people like C-Probe is on the board of a charity. It's really complicated to set up. I have no idea about it. I need to break even before even think about that. I used to just point people to official charities. I don't have any time to even think about who might deserve what or how it should be spent. No idea. What I would like to do is hopefully there'd be an official charity already set up where we could just like do t-shirts or something that say like I support Caldor or you know design stuff for them and add it to a virtual shop or something. But I can't take money from the people. And I do not know the first thing about finances or anything of the sort, unfortunately. I've asked for people's advice. I've never gotten any. I don't know what C-Probe says. That it's really complicated and very expensive to do all the lawyers have to file the paperwork for you, and they're not cheap and they're not free. And I just don't have a monitor or a laptop, so I'm starting there. But of course, I would want to help. RJ Walters says just check the CAL FIRE site. It's not being updated enough. I know. They go to bed at night and their hotlines turn off, and then people are left with trying to figure out what to make of the giant red glow coming towards them. This happened night after night with the lake and too many other fires where there's nobody to call. Or remember at Janesville the fire crept over the Dixie did. There was a huge red wall of flames marching down the other side of the mountain, and it reached into Alaska County. And people were like, "Should we go? Should we go?" And there's all kinds of units everywhere. And everybody walked up to them and said, "Firefighters, what do we do?" And they go, "Oh, talk to some information person." And they're like, "Okay, well, who's that? Where is that?" There's a hotline that ended at 8. It was 9 o'clock that flames rolled over the mountainside. This is why we have to do what we do. The information people go to bed. Rural? What muffled mumbling? If there's an audio problem, you've got to say there is one. I can readjust my headset, and maybe that's all I need to do. But if I don't know about it, we're peeking into the yellow on the little bouncing bar thing. So I've been awake for about 4 days. In fact, I can even form a sentence is a miracle. But don't you worry, I'm going to bed. But being rude like that, man. Muffled mumbling makes that speed useless. It was nice. Nice for you to be here. Thanks for checking in. Respectfully, I'd buy her a light bulb. She does not have to sit in the dark. It's because I'm suffering from migraines, dude. This is on purpose. And that's not respectfully. Wow. But this happens, stress brings out the good and other sides of people. You could just say what you want, what you prefer, request that, but I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to be awake for days on end trying to help the public. Constructive feedback and suggestions are great, and harassment is, well, just that. I'm ready to just hit the buttons, friends, rather than engage in any kind of argument. People know what constructive criticism is like. They have choices about how they want to express how they feel. All you have to do in the end, make choices, so make the ones you can be proud of. If I waited for my setup to be perfect, we wouldn't be live ever. You want to know the truth, we are winging it. It's a hell of a lot better than nothing. 12 Word Life says anytime someone starts a sentence with respectfully, I brace myself. Epic. I mean, look, this is not time to be. I don't like your audio. There's a marching wall of flames headed for a community. I'll be happy to read a written complaint later. My email address is in the description of the feed. I do understand your concern. I just don't like the mode of expression. Let's see if they have updated evacuation levels. Man, I wish we had a feed of some sort. We have nighttime helicopters in the air. Oh, where they go? They ordered them for the Royal. I don't see them at this time. It could be that they will split them, but 3 of them appear to be headed towards Siskiyou County. So maybe we can find a air support feed, or maybe they will start speaking again. On Siskiyou County Sheriff and Fire West, or Sheriff Fire and Police Dispatch. Hey, we got it. I think it
2155.
was. Wait, I don't know if that was a pilot. Let's see. Or bit discrete. These size. Okay. See if that is a go. Now that there's actually helicopters coming, maybe I can leave you with something to listen to and watch. Let's look at Klamath National Forest. Do they have?
So 5528 today no longer doubled. 2527 me 107.
55, I copy.
Rachel Jackson says Wildfire has one copter doing nighttime drops. That's good. You know, something continuing to go on in chat. Yeah, don't. I really appreciate this still patting on the head. I want to make this easier for people to hear. I bought a $350 microphone, a $500 Go XLR. It's out of commission right now because I need the assistance of a sound person to help me. But he had eye surgery because he lost his own eye. And the other person I know was taking care of a 90-year-old lady for a bit. And I was hoping you'd come by and help me troubleshoot the sound issue. I've got some other people willing to, but I can't like stop this show. Trust me. Improved audio is coming. I will do
Paul 19, you are covered 10-9.
the very best we can. If you find you have low volume, there's ways like on your Android phone, you could go into developer options. You have to enable that, and you can disable something called maximum volume. It's a stupid thing that's designed to, it's a CYA thing for like the cell phone manufacturers. They don't want to be sued for damaging anybody's hearing if they listen to their music loud. So there's a thing called the maximum volume, and it's never worked right in Android. And you can look up how to disable that. I don't know what the iPhone equivalent might be. But you can also get like little speakers. Bluetooth speakers, or you can hit the, you can even watch on your smart TV. Medical stuff. I was just hoping that we will get pilot chatter. 3 helicopters are on the way. Looks like.
4172, clear 28.
Where is this? Okay. Yeah, it is confirmed. We got a nighttime helicopter on the Royal, and I believe 3 are on the way to help out by Fort Jones. Oops, back in Oregon. Yep. So we got a Firehawk. See about the others. I'm gonna try a couple other feeds. It was this just SHU. I believe where they had a whole bunch of the dispatch, like northern ops, like air attack. So what's it called? SHU? Wildfire SHU? Shasta SHU dispatch and demand is not there. Risky Town. I'm just gonna play Shasta County SHU. Don't know that we'll get a hit. but if flying out of Reading, so any other things we can do? But yeah, Husima and everybody supporting. Thanks. I think maybe they sense my weakness and they try to get behind me and nip at my heels. I'm like the stumbling bison, the limping herbivore right now. I could turn around and gore with the horns, man. Don't try me. Who's a DJ? Maybe. Oh man, I would love a DJ's advice. Sound is great. Yeah, it will vary from device to device. Also, there are things that people can do. There are certain sound apps that it'll do a hearing test for you. Raintree is a custom headset that I bought for my father because he has hearing problems. I don't know if it's still made on Amazon, but it has a custom app and it plays some frequencies. Any that you can't hear very well, it takes a note of and adjusts, and you hear with much greater clarity whatever you're listening to on your devices, from your TV to your mobile. Let's look back at chat. Did I miss anything? I'm sorry, I've never really had an iPhone. I can't give advice. But you can always hook up to a Bluetooth something, a Bluetooth speaker, buy one, sound bars, your own smart TV. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. And set the phone down and then be hearing it on bigger speakers, you know what I mean? A lot of people watch on TV. The bigger screen, the better it looks. We have the capability to stream in 4K, but I don't have the hard drives to capture that and keep it. Those are big videos. It's supposed to be CAL FIRE SHU, but it's not. I don't hear pilots yet. Any luck? Any luck? Other Castify channels? I'm finishing my food here and I'll need to be sleeping. What a crazy image. Just remember that light heat is reflected off of the smoke. And light and heat and fire is the same thing to an infrared camera. We'll exaggerate. The light is not solid flames or anything. If you ever want to test the idea, these things down here are like little lights on farms. Look how intensely bright they are. See how much you can see in the shadows? It means the camera is adjusting for shadows. It's blowing out the highlights. So just bear in mind, nighttime infrared can look apocalyptic when it's not. No luck, Angela. Me either, man. The stone wind, 2 people have said that they have too low volume, and oftentimes that is the result of your own device. By default, your manufacturer may have what's called a maximum volume, and it's never worked right. So look, like if you have iPhone, Android, whatever, how do you disable that or get an app that boosts the volume? Per device, speaker volume varies. I used to repair cell phones back in the day when it was easy to take them apart. And the amount that I had in my hands and the varying quality really did differ from device to device. Some speakers just are cheap and they don't put out a lot of sound. Sometimes in the way that even the housing of the phone is. I remember I had one phone where I could never understand anybody, and it was mono, and it had one speaker at the end of the phone. I never knew that having 4 speakers on a phone, whether or not it's face down or up, 4 speakers is incredibly different and more clear. When I got Samsung Galaxy S22, right? Hey, Dusty Smokes, thanks. Yeah, we try to help as much as we can. Just turn up the YouTube volume adjuster. How so? Sometimes the up and down keys of volume on the side of your phone adjust YouTube, and that's like it for my device. And I don't actually have like a volume slider on my cell phone. Is there a special thing in it? But Smitty says policy is being discussed now to avoid further confusion. Thanks. I haven't been able to read up there. Really? Clarity of voice. Okay. Do I sound different from other days? Let me check the battery level of my headset. I've been live 15 hours earlier today in a row. Okay. Let's play with the equalizer. I think that's actually hearing profile. Do I sound different right now? Or sound different right now? I can't tell. I could try to readjust the headset on my head, but what I want to know is if I sound different today than other days, because there's just a limitation with this headset. Hey, say baby. Okay. I know it's low sound quality, but this it takes a long time to explain just why I need this particular headset. Anything better costs about $1,200. So, in the future, I have a SMB Shure Super 55 hypercardioid microphone that looks like the Elvis mic. As soon as I can get somebody to help me with the Go XLR and help me troubleshoot the issue, because it was perfectly wonderful when I went live with that several times until people go, "You're fading out and I can't hear you." So I stopped using it. So I'm waiting for a true sound expert to help me with it. But I have spent over $600 in audio gear. I can't do anything about it right now. But do you know what? I'm going to sleep, so it's not really worth troubleshooting unless we'll have plenty of time to do that later. Everybody voted in chat. The majority ruled that you sound fine. Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah, I'm not taking offense. I understand it's a low quality. I'm not taking offense to, hey, I want this improved. I just hope you understand I can't do anything about that right now. I've been awake for 4 days. I've slept twice, and I think I slept 6.5 hours one day and 4.5 the other. I don't think I've been asleep since before or just after the fireworks on the 4th of July. It says it's the 7th and it's almost the 8th, so bear with me. I'm not going to be able to do a lot of technical troubleshooting. I also had a cracked tooth, and I had recent minor oral surgery on that. It is still a bit inflamed with a gum infection. I have excessive salivation and swelling. I swear I don't drink. RJ says a little bit less scratchy. Now? Or yeah, I know, Dr. Elephant, I'm quieter than other channels, but if we go higher, we're peaking in the red, where you're going to hear every little time I touch paper and pencils in front of me, and you're just going to hear a lot of that. When you do sound, you first connect your device, you start up OBS, Open Broadcaster software, and then you do a volume check and you start pushing the meter around, and that's raw sound. And then you have somebody listening to you live, and you hit monitoring buttons, and then you do a noise gate, you do compressor, you do limiter, keep adding filters, layering them one on top of each other until you reach about 6 of them. You get feedback, you adjust the dials back and forth, and you do this for as many hours as it takes. And then that's just for one device, and that's nothing to say about the other separate audio feeds I have for Broadcastify and its equalizers and its compressors and all that. And then there's a separate audio channel for what we see on YouTube videos and the like. And it's all individual volumes, and I juggle it behind the scenes. But it will take a long time to resolve audio issues. For now, we got this. If you think it's buy a better microphone and plug it in and it's fine, oh man, audio is the worst thing in video production. And the sound guy only does sound because it takes complete dedication to the craft. I was a Swiss Army knife, I was key grip, I was gaffer, I was sometimes even makeup. I've been assistant director, I've been DP, I've been director. And whenever they put me in charge of sound, holy mackerel, that's what I hate the most. Everybody hates it, so that's why I hand it to you. The boom mic and the H1, H5N handy zoom, and shotgun mic. You got XLR cables roped around your shoulder. You got your dead cat, your dead wombat. You go lap people up. The worst job ever. It's the hardest thing to get right. And if you think that you could be a Swiss Army knife for everything else in the movie set, that sound guy is the sound guy for a reason. It's total dedication to it. RJ, you know about it. The clarity's better than yesterday. I actually just messed around with an equalizer, and it's on clarity mode. That's the only way I could do a quick change. Like if I click into this bass boost, do I sound muffled or more bassy? The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog with a bass boost. We're in clarity mode. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog with clarity mode. Does that sound different? Yeah. It's okay. Thank you, Dima. How did you find us, by the way? But I'm dealing with very primitive software. It's totally free.
Charlie, ready, go ahead.
We've landed at Reading Airport. We're going to be en route to the Shelly incident in the Klamath, and we're unable to end flight following with Redbluff. Would you please contact them?
Ready, copy, 2214.
Okay, it may not be doing anything.
Ready, House Anchor 8, Alpha Juliet, it's H2 Hello.
Hey, Papa Julia, ready, go ahead.
Yeah, Papa Juliet survived the Shelly Fire, just about 10 minutes out from Ready. We're landing, regular flight fault with you.
Hey, Papa Julia, ready, copy, is positive AFS, 2215.
Hey, Papa Juliet.
It affects them too, not just me. When I'm flipping through the equalizers. it's more important that they sound better than I do. That's interesting. I would have to split the audio channel one more time. But maybe this is going to be good. Maybe clarity version. Like this is long session number 1.
Reading 9250 Lima entering the unit en route. Shelly incident.
9250 Lima, rating copies 2216.
Okay, they're there. Maybe they'll talk about it now. What? Okay, we're listening to it finally. I'm going to continue eating. Okay, finally, food and sleep, food and sleep. Okay, I'm going to share the feed I'm on. And if we leave it on overnight, then, I mean, hopefully I can wake up at 10 hours and restart the stream before YouTube doesn't save any videos that go over 12 hours. I hope to sleep more than 12 hours, honestly. Yeah, Desiree, that's the nature of these. Big Al had a good. Okay, what we're seeing is the camera's in color mode because there's enough light to hit it and fool it and make it think it's daytime, unless they, behind the scenes, did a personal adjustment. Do we have any updates also, like evacuations gone mandatory? 18 minutes ago, multiple night copters are currently en route. See the cameras. I just wish they'd have a broadcast finally come watch studio. I'm baffled to why they don't. Also, they have the Katishram Wellness Center of Wairika open now as a new evacuation shelter. I can't make S's with my swollen jaw. Sorry, guys. If you were displaced to the Shelly Fire, and if you're in an RV, you can go to West Webb Street and Hogue in Montague for dry parking, where the Freedom Festival was. Please note at this time there's no extra services like water, sewer, hookup, but this is currently set up for dry camping only. I expect they just may call from some mandatory things down the valley if it spots and such. But what I think may occur, the best case scenario, is if fire can weaken as it cools down, the night cools down. With less intensity, they can hopefully get in front of it, do individual structure protection and prep. If the wind dies down enough, it can drown itself in its own smoke. And that's like putting a lid on a fire. What's Delta? Oh, the Delta wind's picking up at Sacramento. Ooh, yeah. Where was Big Al's example of what heat domes do? I explained too many times already that high pressure is like a shield, and all moisture storms that want to deliver moisture here bounce off of it. So a heat dome is a giant high pressure shield, like a big round shield from ancient Greece. I am here to deliver your moisture from anywhere, Pacific usually. Bounces right off. So you get a train wreck of where the moisture would like to come. It can't pass the jet stream or the high pressure shield, so it'll get stuck in one spot and deliver torrential rain and flooding next to the heat dome. Yeah. Don't know too much about the phenomenon, but the pictures are worth 1,000 words. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. God, I can't even talk anymore. I don't know how I'm functioning and awake, honestly. Just got a new adrenaline rush. Flush, I should say. It's not a rush. It's not enjoyable. Okay, gotta watch the update. A new one called the 8th Fire at Pittsburgh.
Reading engine 1471, entering the unit, part of Strike Team 9143 Charlie, en route to KNF Shelly.
Awesome. Look, it's moving slowly. I think it's moving slowly.
Copy, entering the unit at 2221.
Compared to how it was. This bothers me the most up here on the ridge top. This is long range spotting, like all this light. There are many thousands of pieces of drifting embers. I want to draw your attention to the amazing video that we had earlier today. Was it today? All my days are running together. In Placerville. Today, yesterday, whatever it is. What was that one called? Let's see, it's French Fire. The UK's over here, Shelly. The Pay Fire. Too many. Way too many. Pay. Now, in infrared, this was, of course, the Pay Fire.
OES Intel 2.
Sorry about that.
7,
do not unmute, stupid thing. Sorry, friends. I want to show you what Embercast is like, and this is what the thread is. It's invisible. Unless you're really kind of close and have good clear and stuff that can see through smoke. This is the wrong fire, the second video. Here, excuse me.
OES Intel 1276.
Sorry about that. Pay Fire, Placerville Airport, looking due north. Flips into infrared even during the daytime. And as he pivots over to the right, there's a lot of heat there, even though the grass had just burned off. Watch the Embercast, that's where the wind was picking it up. Right there, to the upper right hand corner of your screen. Sorry, it's a little bit car sick. He does a quick adjustment. You see that? That is what is visible. Visible as just a orange glow because we're so far away. If you're way closer, like this helicopter is, you would see on the thousands and thousands, who knows how many pieces of actual flaming debris go up into the air. And the higher the embers come from, like elevation, right, then the further they can go in the wind. Same difference of throwing a paper airplane out of a 2-story window versus the Empire State Building. Fire in the cam is changing. RJ, which one and how? Sorry, I have to go. There's some flashing light warnings. I'm so sorry for anybody susceptible to seizures. Oh, by the way, if I'm gone or if you can't hear me well or don't like that, you can interact with all the mods in chat. I may not be able to reply to you, but you don't have to hear what I'm saying to get information. They'll be happy to interpret what I'm saying or what the radio is saying or try to fetch you any information you like need in a hurry. We're here to help. Like I'm juggling the images and sound. They're doing the hard work of connecting people to the info. So, sorry, just kind of occurred to me when somebody said, the channel's useless if you mumble. Not really. Type. Well, guess what? This is amusing to me, so I'm not like jerk here. You know, if you can hardly call anyone anymore and get real Americans. We have free 24-hour help right now. Real Americans standing by to tell you what you need to know. I think we're providing good service. Yeah, take a break. Thanks, Vicky. I'm actually finishing up some. Thank you so much, friends, for feeding me. Some good, hearty, pulled pork barbecue stuff, man. You guys are wonderful. I had it on a Kaiser roll earlier, and I had a half rack of baby back ribs, but I gave that to C-Probe as a big thank you for him feeding me. I nibbled on one. All we need to do is set this up. We now have pilot chatter. I think they don't speak often, but I think the volume's okay for them. I would like to leave some ambiance, background music on, not music, but a sound, right? So that people understand that the radio is on. And thank you, friends, for preparing to do the night shift. Really don't know when I'm going to wake. Hopefully I get to sleep a long time. So, long periods of silence, listening to, this is Wildfire Siskiyou. Yeah, well, I'm going to turn off the webcam so that won't be in the way. So, the mods doing
Commercial structure fire, Silverthorn Resort, 16250 Silverthorn Road, Joe Valley.
I'll turn that up a little bit. The louder people, though, will be very loud. I can't do much about that. Okay. Look, 15 minutes. And some of the flames aren't really moving very fast at all now, are they? I think it's a tentative good sign. Remember how it was racing. Still very worrisome. It's up on the ridges. It's up on the hills. So when I was talking about Embercast, that's what I'm talking about, is this stuff up here. Imagine what it looked like in the infrared at Placerville. That's what the red glow up there is. It's a lot of embers. And the reflection of light and its own fire's own light on the underside of its own smoke. But as the smoke starting to settle in over it, that will smother it, deprive it of some of its own air, and it will be it'll act like it's drugged, right? Tranquilized. Still a big dangerous animal stumbling around, but any moment of time that they can get like that, where it's slowed down, that they can leap into action. All our heroes need is time. It's mostly time to, protect buildings and whatnot. So say, ask S2EZs, ask helpful mods in chat for fire info. So was awake, and that's not important. So bid description. Oh my God. Oh, that's going to be so annoying all night. Well, people can turn off the sound if it's annoying. What else should I put up as a sign? Got it. Good choice for a caretaker. Fort Jones 2. Shelly should be okay unless they want something decent shot of the lake fire. Yeah. What's lake fire doing? We had 38 minutes ago, they had a picture of what's going on with the Royal. One copter remains doing 19 drops. Oh my god. Did I even say anything? I'm just muting that. If they actually say something, we'll turn it back on in a minute. Oh man, it's airtight. Airtight. Why are they just testing toneouts? Is that a thing? $18,996 acres on the lake as of an hour ago. What'd I say? 20,000 acres by next broadcast or by the evening. It's something like that. Awful situation down there. Just is rampaging too.
2494, engine 532, engine 547, strike team 9244, Charlie just entering the unit, Shasta crew 1, Happy Valley crew 2, prevention, training, transport dozer 2440, transport dozer 2449, engine 533, company 33, company 72, water tender 33, water tender 42. Commercial structure fire reported the restaurant is on fire at Silverthorn Resort, 16250 Silverthorn Road in Jones Valley. Break.
Oh my god. Try to mute that for a second as we check the lake fire cams. Camera burnover.
32, company 33, commercial structure fire, Silverthorn Resort. Reported restaurant fully involved. Unit standby for response check back 2233.
Ready, NCC helicopter 14, info.
Wow.
PSP helicopter 14, ready, go ahead.
We copy your dispatch. It is we're overhead, it's fully involved, and there is threat to the vegetation.
Ready, copy 2233.
Oh man.
Ready, engine 1470, entering the unit as a part of strike team 9143 Charlie, en route to the Shelly incident.
Copy 2234.
Wow. We'll hear a bunch of stuff around Shasta too. We're listening to Cal Fire SHU, which has a lot of the aircraft based out of there that will respond to places like
Ready with response check
Fort
back
Jones.
for the commercial structure fire Silverthorn Resort. This will be the Silverthorn incident. Primary tactical CDF TAC 11, secondary V fire 22. Battalion 2416.
Battalion 2416.
2494.
2494.
32.
32.
Incident. Primary TAC 547.
47.
Units from 9244 Charlie.
Ready, 9244 Charlie. Fine.
2244 Charlie responding. Shasta Crew 1.
Helpful mods in chat. Or fire info.
Ready, Nathan.
14 ready.
Not sure if you have any boating units you can send that way, but Resort Road is going to be the only way in or out to the resort. And if it's going to be blocked by cars, personnel, no one will be able to evacuate. The only way we'll be evacuating is from the water.
Ready, copies of 2236.
Breaking news.
Running checking 9242 Charlie, utility 2452. If needed, can go to Bridge Bay and start the boat that way.
9244 Charlie, affirmative.
All right, let's look at the
Unit
cams.
response check, fire prevention 2421. 24 ready, copies. Transport dozer 2440. Dozer 2449.
Wow.
Transport 2449.
Engine 533.
Engine 533 responding.
Other company 33 units. Water tender 42.
Tender 42.
Copies units responding 2237.
I don't know that the Shelly's going to be okay.
Scene will be Silverthorn IC. Primary tactical CDS 11, secondary B-Fire 22.
Okay. We got a restaurant burning down with people evacuating to the lake.
Ready engine 5594 responding to the Silverthorn incident.
5594 responding at 2238.
Wow.
ITA responding.
All right.
5598 ready, copies 2238.
Ready engine 5560 responding to the incident.
Wouldn't be that. I don't see heat detection, but we got crazy.
Ready Happy Valley 32, got us on the end of this afternoon.
Island Crew 2 ready, affirmative.
Happy Valley 32 responding. 5560 responding.
Multiple units, water tender responding, repeat.
Yeah, I think
Ready,
so.
water tender 547 responding.
Tender 547, 2239, other unit with traffic, go ahead.
Wow. Hang on.
Unit responding, you take off your identifier, repeat. Multiple units.
Okay, so people are evacuating into the water from a lakeside resort restaurant that's fully involved as a structure fire, which we just stumbled upon. Helicopters are over there. They are retreating to the water. It's
Reading, training 21 responding. Training 21 responding at 2240.
Whoa. Highline Trail, thank you.
Training 2429 responding.
Training 2429, 2240.
No way.
Red engine 32 responding.
That's a structure fire. This has got to be like massive.
Red engine 5560 responding.
5560, 2240.
And there's the helicopter. Let me see if pulse
Ready,
point.
Battalion 242 responded to Silver incident. Battalion 242 responding at 2240.
I hope nobody's hurt. Whoa.
Ready, copter 1 November Charlie, en route to the Shelly Fire in the Klamath ETA, 2300 hours.
Okay, we're hearing both
Copter
Shelly
1 November Charlie, ready, copy is positive AFF, 2241.
and local Cal Fire.
November Charlie.
Cal Fire Shasta County. Holy. I wish we had a different view. Do we have one from across the lake? That's massive for a structure fire. Sugarloaf? It's 15 minutes. Just occurred. Like, did it explode? Holy crap.
Captain 33 en route for water, 10 to 33. Captain 33, ready, copy is 2241.
It's like it detonates.
Ready, strike team 4226 Charlie, entering the unit.
This is a restaurant fire. People jumped into the lake. There really might be some people hurt here.
Strike team 4226 Charlie, ready, and confirm your assignment. Affirmative, go ahead. 4226 Charlie, what is your current assignment? En route, Shelly incident. I copy. Continue. 2242.
Wow.
It's 2452.
Holy mackerel. That's a
Ready, copy. 2242.
And at least one lane open with access to the structure, but that could change quickly.
14 ready, copy is one lane open to the structure at this time, 2242.
so the resort's burning down too? Or the trees? One lane road access to the structure and that could change? It's like it exploded. Like it literally might have been something like a gas explosion. Yeah, impossible to. Oh boy, soundproofing foam in the ceiling, it looks like.
Ready, Captain 33, en route for water, 10 to 33.
Captain 33, 2243.
Oh, cute, poor little place, but it's not defensible. I don't know, they just give you paint, but there's no way to. There's no doors to other places to keep it out. Oh, that's not a pine wood and nice little place. That's terrible. I'm more worried for why are people running and jumping into an icy lake at night. Yeah, it's like it detonates on the camera from very far away. Destruction fire, yeah. Could have been fireworks or something. I don't know.
Ready, 410 information. It looks like the boat launch ramp is clear if units need to get water.
H14 ready, copy 2242.
Well, I don't know what to speculate. It's just explosion of, I would assume like gas line, kitchen fire. It's 10:44 at night on a holiday weekend. I mean, it could be anything, you know. But how would the structure be fully involved in this 15 minutes? I mean, who knows? We'll try to figure that out. I'm sorry, can't do anything about the sound there. Let's look back at Shelly.
For Sugar Pine Crew 1, respond to the Silverthorn incident.
It's a resort and restaurant that people are cut off from getting to escaping the peninsula there. Fully involved is like the roof's probably gone and everything. Like just if everybody's not out there.
Happy Valley Crew 2, can we get additional tone out for Happy Valley Fire Center for my safety?
If everybody's
Valley Crew 2 affirmative 2245.
not out, they're probably dead. That's grim. Boat fuel on the marina. Yeah, somebody could have accidentally backed up and hit lots of things could have gone wrong here.
For Happy Valley Crew 2, respond to a reported structure fire at Silverthorn Resort, 16250 Silverthorn Road,
You have to
2246.
you have to shut
2412, 2416, level 10-2.
you have to shut doors in between rooms.
2412. Location.
It's too wide open.
I'm a couple miles from the incident. Copy, I'm getting on the 299 now.
I wonder if the houseboats will go up.
Going down Silverthorn Road now.
Small World Life says I'm family camping up there this weekend. Well,
Reading, strike team 4075 Charlie entering unit.
by the way, entering a unit does not mean entering a structure. It means coming to, like the Wildfire. The units are the units responding.
4075 Charlie, ready copy 2247.
Reading H14, still no change in status. It looks like there's still at least one lane open down to the resort, and the fire is mainly contained to the structure.
Ready copy 2247.
Rest in peace, Silverthorn Pizza and Pub. If it's contained to the structure, that's really good because I don't know if they have fuel on the marina for the houseboats and whatnot. Thank God there's a lot of boats and houseboats. If anybody went in the water, I'm sure they got plucked out. Does Lake Shasta have a fireboat? By the time
2416 Reading, SO, and boating safety or en route to the incident.
2416.
you know your structure fire is a serious one when all the way across a really big lake, it looks like an explosion at a chemical plant. Resembles that on the wildfire detection cams. That's all the way across the lake.
Reading Medic 131 responding to Silverthorn to stage. We have about a 27-minute ETA. Ready, copy 2249.
This just happened in 15 minutes. By the time a helicopter, which was already in the air going towards the Shelly, responded and flew over, it was fully involved. That's very little explains that other than a really large explosion. Stuff like the Station nightclub and other places, of course. What caught were the foam. Polyurethane foam should just basically be banned in pretty much all applications. It's the most flammable, horrible stuff on earth. It's super toxic. And once it gets going, it's just like kerosene, crude oil mixed together, naphthalene, napalm, whatever, with an explosive. I don't mean explosive like boom. I mean explosive like rip roaring, sort of characteristic. Look at the plumes there. One restaurant just kind of blew up. I mean, it can just spread that fast and then burst through the roof real quick, but wow. that's like Shasta. Now, I'm seeing some fingers crossed, tentative, hopeful signs here. I don't know if we've actually had any sort of actual wind reversal or just kind of it dying down, but it is not moving forward.
Finger 10, 2412, that's the has to be a fully involved, two-story, 2,000 square foot commercial building. Minimal special land. All the same in Silverthorn, I see.
2412, reading copies, 2251. 2412, reading, to concur on stages dozers in Jones Valley.
If we could stage the dozers, Hidden Valley Market area for right now.
Copies 2251. Transport dozer 2440, transport dozer 2449, stage, the Hidden Valley Market area, 2252.
Whoa.
49 copies.
Big Al says we have 5-gallon boxes of fryer grease sitting around at work that would go out quickly. I tried to report one of my places I was a kind of a truck driver for. I was really uncomfortable with the whole storage of entire barrel drums of motor oil inside the bay where the cars go in and out, and oftentimes.
14 ready.
We're going to have units block traffic at Silverthorn or Walker Mine unless you have a better direction.
Page 14 ready, metal foot pipes for now. You have the ability to come up on CDF TAC 11 for Silverthorn IC.
Yeah, what's it?
No heat detection. I'm kind of surprised on Lake Shasta with. That's Fairview. Where is it? Silver. Or wait, I'm at Lake Shasta, right? Right. Whiskey down. Wait. Yeah, that looks better. I'm like, where the hell's my 5? Come on, load. All right. So this Silverthorn Resort Marina, it says there's that particular structure right there. It says that on Google Maps, well, that's when the lake was very low, that there's a rental place for jet skis.
Right, battalion 220, I'm on duty, and I'll be responding to the Silverthorn incident.
2420 rating copies 2254.
Yeah, it's just hidden by trees, 3 little buildings. The biggest of them that seems to be on fire is this one. And it's such a huge thing because the water's up now. I had to jump into the lake. What's horrible is sometimes when people are affected by burns, they want to go to the lake, you know what I mean? I haven't heard anything like that. I've not heard of injuries. But that's desperate. Like, man, can you imagine running out of there and it's so hot on your back that you don't even want to run down the parking lot. You just like, okay, there's water. Boom. I want to cool off right now. This is like it's like being in an oven.
547 at scene 2255.
RJ Walter says Shasta Dam Authority would have equipment. Okay. Like a fireboat. Small World Life says we rented our houseboat from there years ago. Oh, man. Yeah, I love fireboats. I think the hydraulic mining of California was, haven't confirmed this, but wasn't it a corruption of they invented monitors for firefighting at sea on ships? And somebody thought we could just wash away mountainsides and all the gold nuggets will come out. and gemstones. They're brilliant. Let's hose down California. They started removing entire hills in the foothills and then started chewing away at mountains. Till it was banned.
Responding at 2256.
Okay. Not completely out of the woods. It's touch and go in the valley there. It's going to look bad, but I think the smoke is settling in and starting to smother itself here. And of course, if we don't have a lot of wind, but you see that the smoke's kind of lingering. It's gonna move. It's gonna still run around, but the coolness of the night, 64 by what 1 a.m. or so in the little valley here by Fort Jones, will weaken it or has been weakening. Wind dying down or letting up, whatever you want to call it. As the smoke settles down, it'll have less oxygen and be a lot less. It'll be sluggish, I'd say that. And if that holds throughout the night, that just bought them a heck of a lot of time. We know there's 3 nighttime helicopters. One of them came away to look, or at least a helicopter came to look at this. I'll give anything to see out of his dash cam, you know what I mean?
Responding.
That massive,
33 responding 2257.
massive structure fire. Steph says Silverthorn fire. Yeah, we were just looking at the kind of explosive nature of it. This is the structure fire.
Reading Helicopter Papa Julia is off of Reading Airport en route for flying to Shelly Fire. 3 souls on board, 2.5 hours of fuel, and 30 minutes to the fire.
Okay, Papa Julia, Reading copy is positive AFF at 2257.
Dang. You see the helicopter lights up there. That's hard to believe that's a structure fire. If you haven't seen it, like all the way across the lake, it's got good zoom powers, you know. But it was zoomed out. When boom. That's a structure. A structure.
Page 14, right?
Yeah. That's it, Steph. In the corner. I really hope everybody's okay.
Silverthorn IC.
Silverthorn IC, Reading, go ahead.
He was calling me.
Silverthorn IC, Reading, negative, trying to raise H14.
Sorry, did I skip a request of a fire? We are checking many, but the Salt Creek in Jackson County,
Reading, training 21, that's here.
we don't
21 on scene, 2259.
we don't have any cams to monitor.
Sorry, 242 at scene, 2259.
I'm sorry, who?
33, let's stop.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
33, Reading, primary tactical, CDF TAC 11, secondary B-Fire 22.
Guys, get my attention when somebody failed to get my attention. That's I can always flip over the map. So
3255, SAU.
5598, 2259.
do you know where the South Obachan fire was? 2020 northeast of Medford. It's just south of it.
Silverthorn IC. So right now I'd like to continue the lead water tender and the rest of them I'd like to stage out on Silverthorn Road.
Reading copies of 2300. Break.
I don't like my base maps. It's very bright at night. I'm sorry, but there's Medford, so that's where the
Water tender
Salt.
42, continue into the scene. Water tender 547, water tender 33, stage. in the area of Jones Valley at 2300.
All right, it's bright for a second. Distance. If you were to go from Medford.
Transport 2440 stage. Or 2440 stage, 2301.
You'd have to drive 21 miles around there to get to where the fire is. If you took I-5 north and went east, cut off Medford and went east. So it's where the South Ovachan Fire's footprint was. It would be great if it did not reach 2020 Ovachan chain or whatever that was, because that's all a bunch, probably, I don't know how much they salvage logged, but probably a huge dead forest, tinder dry, ready to be huge, like in this footprint right here. But it's that far away from Medford.
2301.
Wind blowing to the northwest, presumably, if there doesn't seem to be too much of it. I hope that gives you
Water tender 547, updated staging location on Silverthorn Road, 547 copy.
all right, that's so bright. Look back at the Shelly.
Water tender 33, ready, copy stage on Silverthorn Road. Copy stage, Silverthorn Road.
Yeah, Shinani.
Ready, extract team 9242 Charlie, enter unit, enter out station 43. 242 Charlie, ready copies, on contact with updated cover locations 2303.
Am I missing?
42 Charlie.
Yeah, exactly, Big Al. Everything you're saying. Did I miss any questions? I remember if you just found us, hit the subscribe button with the ring bell if you want to know when we go live, because we have to restart the stream every 12 hours if we can. I've been awake for 4 days and almost no sleep, so I'm now stuffing my face with as much food as I can, because I'm going to hibernate like a bear. It's not a choice of mine. We've been up all day, all night, all day and all night, covering back-to-back fires, and the human body has limits. My wonderful mods are here to help answer the questions in the chat. If you hit the like button, it helps other people find us. Very appreciated. We fight we're at the bottom of search results every time you restart the stream, like every day. And you can also click the purple K, go to my channel page. Just bookmark it. If you don't want to subscribe, or if you don't log in to YouTube, that's how you can find us. If you hit subscribe, the ring bell should let you know every time we go live. It's usually in a crisis or bad weather situation. Sometimes 24/7, and sometimes weeks at a time. But here we are, trying to give early evacuation warning and info to people when the heroes have their hands full. So the ring bell should alert you. It can take a couple fancy settings of your phone, but it should alert you, hopefully, when we go live. The non-ringing bell is going to be real hit and miss. That will be occasionally, you'll figure out when we go live, but maybe not. And that's letting the YouTube algorithm try to figure out what you might be interested in. I saw, and I like Dr. Elephant. Didn't we translate that into Latin once? Yeah, thank you, RJ. It's good seeing you back here. I want to go back to California as soon as we get the laptop squared away. I want a calm day.
533 as seen, 2305.
Just sit down, tally it all up together. I had to drop $25 today in watch duty for another year's membership. 30 in Broadcastify membership, renewed Flight Radar 24 for I think $24 or something. But I mean, these are yearly expenses that come around like pretty much every July that I renew. So there's a little bits eaten out, but they're not monthly, So we'll get a decent webcam. This one's dying. And shop, and I'll finally be able to read out a lot of names, partial names of the donors, and thank you guys properly. I don't even know how much has come in. It's just been too wild and crazy to have a moment to myself. It's like I wake up, I put the headset on, I'm listening to fires, then brushing my teeth. Thanks for your patience, guys, and everybody's here to help. You guys are wonderful mods. Good luck with the night shift.
Water 42, ready your location.
Contact with Larry, so we'll be switching to the Klamath NF.
Yes, Liz, thank you. I think so. And some people have asked for my
1 Charlie November, correction, 1 November Charlie, Reading, copy is 2307.
my PO box, the email. I'll try to respond. Like I'm just dead tired. I'm going to just. It's
Copy is 2307.
This is my email. If you want to know my PO box address and just send like old gift cards. You have $4 on a gift card still.
Water tender 42, Reading, your location.
Little faster checks, whatever. Or just send me pictures. Is this in backyard?
Ready, copy 2307.
Reading is 2494, I think.
2494, 2307.
Mods, thank you, Save Baby, all those pat me on the heads too, but please thank the mods. Give them like a hand, like little clappy hands. You guys give them clappy hands? You go to chat, you just search for the word clap. The mods deserve so many clappy hands. We're a team. I just couldn't fit that in the very long title of the channel name. So, but man, I'm so grateful to all of you donors, the people who have dropped into local wisdom, knowledge, technical knowledge, even feedback about sound. I hear you. We're working on it. If you know what I've gone through, you understand why things are not a perfect situation here. Video production is really hard. If it was easy, everybody would do it. And it's really expensive, but little by little, we'll make good improvements. And yes, I hope to read out the names of all the donors, have our totals from Cash App, Venmo, and all the others. We just need the weather in the next couple of days is not really. Good job, guys. Awesome.
2416, I've seen 2309.
You guys rock. Oops, my webcam's not on. I did this. You guys rock. With a little hand heart. Okay. We'll leave it on Fort Jones. It may eventually stop refreshing. I don't remember if we have sleeping tabs on. Probably not, but hopefully I'm going to go into a heat sweat coma. It's still very hot up here in Oregon. Not bad. I mean, I love it, but it does tend to make me sleep longer. Not good. And I'll try to recharge as much as I can. Every so often I may just be woken up after I use the bathroom. I'll check best I can. But really, do take breaks and cover each other for an hour. Like, give each other 15-minute breaks where you turn off the noise and you just do something on your own, Oh, there's a little hand heart, Liz. I didn't realize that was an emote thing. Now, mods are super. I'm so humble and grateful. When I started this, I thought it would last for 2 weeks. Nobody would find a channel. It's kind of the way it was with Paradise. I tried to reach people. It just didn't work. I didn't know what I was doing. to try to social network, and everybody took me under their wing, and we finally got traction, just word of mouth, sharing the stream. If you want to
Ready, Happy Valley Crew 2, that's it. Happy Valley Crew 2, that's seen 2311.
connect people, almost everybody's YouTube on their cell phone. Hit the share button, and you could just text people directly and say you might, here's where fire info is. But sharing, especially the channel page, if you go to the Purple Heart and then find the link to my actual channel, that's where people see live or not, and then text that link or put it on your own social media, tag people you might, like on Facebook, who might need to know about this, or put it in community pages,
Ready, station 2476, en route, station 58. 2476, 2311.
Like Siskiyou County Public Alert
Ready,
Group,
Cast Crew 1 responding.
or whatever it is.
Cast Crew 1 responding, 2312.
That is a big response for a structure fire. Let's see it. Just out of curiosity, it's insanely, it's still blazing. And this is looking from across Shasta Lake, really far to the southwest. Southeast. You're gonna be looking southeast.
2420, at scene 2312.
I wish that we could just press buttons and watch like body cams of firefighters at work. I just appreciate what they're going through, I really wish we could like clap and do hearts for send the messages directly to our heroes, right? I mean, I'm sure that we don't want to turn it into like voyeur type entertainment thing. Some people would treat it like that, but I mean, like, I wish there was like a little public wall where they would check it at the end. We'd say it's a great job. And that later they would release like some body cams, People just don't appreciate the danger there.
Ready, enter 2482, return station 94.
As he says,
2482, 2313.
warm weather makes it hard to keep long and restful sleep. Yeah. Unless you're a lizard. Actually, no. Yeah, it's actually true for reptiles.
Water, 42, at scene. Continue, Tender 42 at scene. Primary tactical, CDS TAC 11. Secondary V-Fire 22, 2313.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that the screen might freeze. It might say timed out, or you didn't click a mouse button or something, or the tab is sleeping to save RAM. I thought I turned it off, but.
Running engine 2477, available station 43. 2477, 2314.
We'll peel away from the crazy structure fire because this is important. I'm so happy to see it kind of get hung up right there. I wonder if they put a lot of retardant right in those strategic spots. Or if they had started other handlines or something, or if it was just about the time that the wind change kind of died down and the smoke started to smother it, just because of the timing.
Ready, engine 2463, en route, station 22. 2463, 2314.
I mean, it's a dice roll. Like, if you want a fire in your community's doorstep, I said, if it slows down at the time, this will be great. If the fire is going to come to your community, you want it to be when it's that perfect timing where it just runs out of steam because the heat of the day and the sunlight fuels it. So if that runs out just as it's on your community's doorstep, that's actually the perfect time for it to arrive. It gives them tons of options. And time to assemble and call in help.
Ready, 840.
If it's moving too fast, they'd just be like, everybody out. And they wouldn't have much time to prep structures and protect. Like, They got a lot of irrigation systems down there and now have options to.
Page 14.
Ready, H14. I just want to make sure you confirm that there are power lines down at scene. Not sure if you got that information.
Really?
Reading Silverthorn IC. Silverthorn IC ready.
Okay. So if you are an evacuee or finishing up evacuations in the Fort Jones vicinity, they have closed one of the centers at.
Yep, just making sure PG&E has been ordered. That drop line did drop. All personnel in the incident are aware of it, and it's coordinated off. I'm going to give you back engine 5560, 5594, engine 2494, and engine 533. I'm going to keep water tender 547 here. We have water supply established in the lake and be releasing the other water tenders that are staged.
Ready, copy 2316.
Additionally, when you get it, I'd like to get an ETA for PG&E, and commitment time for resources at scene will be 5 hours.
Ready, copy 2317. Silverthorn IC, ready. Confirm you still have a need for Shasta Crew 1 and Sugar Pine Crew 1.
Reading Silverthorn IC, negative. You can cancel Shasta Crew 1 and Crush and Sugar Pine Crews.
Ready, copy 2317.
If you just tuned in, that's a structure fire on Shasta Lake.
Shasta Crew 1 ready. Confirm you copy cancel.
Shasta Crew 1 copy cancel.
Sugar Pine Crew 1, confirm copy cancel.
Ready, right up to 607.
If you just checked in, we started listening to Shasta because the pilots fly out of Shasta.
607 ready.
Ready, right up to 607. I'd like to flight follow with you. We've been released from the Shelly incident. We're going to land at the Reading Airport, get fuel, and be returning to Vina.
Ready, copy 607, ready copies, positive AFS 2319.
607. Reading into 2483, available station 73.
2483, ready copies 2319.
All right, so burning to the ground right now in progress is unfortunately the Silverthorn Pizza and Pub, pretty popular place in Lake Shasta. They didn't say what caused it. These helicopter pilots that we were listening to on the way to the Shelly Fire at Fort Jones saw it and went over there and said, well, it's fully involved, like the very moment that it was toned out. Now, the camera, like way over here, looking to the southeast.
Training 2429 at sea.
And that's the structure fire.
2429 at sea.
2320.
It's hopeless, but they're probably just going to put out the vegetation around it. It didn't seem to have spread to other buildings. Somehow, people ran into the water and jumped in because they couldn't get away from it any other way. Judging by the
Water
wind.
tender 33 ready.
the flames may have flattened on the ground and reached for people in the wind. Like, look at the wind. I
Water
hope
tender 33 ready, you can cancel.
I hope everyone's all right. But they thought the houseboat
24 out scene. 24 out scene, 23, 21.
and the many trees might go up, so they just put an army on the way here. But most of them are being called off because it's confined to the one structure, which they're going to just babysit from the outside. I'm sure it's fully involved. Even when they flew over it, just in seconds, and it looked explosive.
Water tender 33 ready, confirm you copied, cancel.
We can't confirm an explosion, of course, but that's just the impression that time-lapse cameras give it. If it was a movie camera,
Water tender 33 stage.
we'd be able to tell better.
Tender 33 ready, you can cancel and return to quarters.
But something went terribly wrong. I assume they're open. It's like 10:30 at night. Sunday, I don't know. But something. It's a total loss. And that was just by happenstance that we were listening to the pilots, the nighttime helicopter pilots that went over to the Shelly. Just happened to see that, so we were listening to their, and I'll leave this on throughout the night, about to depart, you guys. We're going to leave on Wildfire SHU, just Shasta County. So you'll hear Shasta County events like the, detonating restaurants, other things, I'm sure. What a night for them. But I'm happy for the moment with what I see. It's probably the coolness and dying down of the winds, both. They've got time now to respond to what's threatening the Fort Jones general area. Just don't think that, oh, we're safe now. Remember with Mariposa, it really looked like, oh, it's stopping, it's dying down, they got a lot of retardant around it, night's falling, it'll get weaker. And I kept saying, guys, just remember, one ember over the line, stuff is so dry. Everybody downwind, really get ready to go and in the vicinity, because it could be erratic. And unfortunately, that worst case scenario came true. Just before they were about to put the last drops of retardant with big passenger planes, it jumped 140 and made a run for the downtown and just jumped into neighborhoods and just took off like a rocket. And the fire almost got Mariposa. So we did a great thing in giving people at least a 4-hour probably advance notice to 3, where we laid it out that, hey, should things go wrong, this could happen. I'm giving the same advice now. Just because it looks good for a while doesn't mean that the situation can really change. We were watching the lake fire casually, where it just went around Santa Barbara's mountains, and just as I wanted, I switched off the stream.
2476 available, station 58. It's 2476, 2325.
Big Al, it's a holiday weekend though. It's probably open, maybe. So what we saw, where we were just watching, and it was just like, ooh, pretty, but concerning. But just up there in the hills, we saw the lake fire before it made its run towards town. It spread out 7 miles along the hills, and then all of a sudden, just hang on.
Stage 14 ready, copy, 2325.
A helicopter is clear and available. I ended my stream at 8:35. At 8:38, after things were looking better, on the lake cams when it first broke out, down in Santa Barbara County. I said, you know, the fire's kind of making its way towards one of the cams. It might burn over. I'll check it again at 10:30. Went for a walk. I come back. Went live again. Went live all night. That's why I haven't been sleeping. Because a fire moved 7 miles along the ridge tops eventually. The wind changed abruptly, and a 7-mile wall of flames poured out of the Santa Barbara hills towards the valley.
Per the IC, you can cancel return to quarters.
They had dozer units ready to respond to Shasta. Like, we probably dodged a bullet. This could have become a Shasta Lake fire, like the restaurant fire. Yeah, they said it was spreading to vegetation, so they pushed a button, and an army of water tenders, trucks, engines, helicopters started heading that way. The Silverthorn, yeah. People jumped into the water. We haven't heard of any injuries, but when you look at the time lapse of the explosive nature, we don't know that there was an explosion. It wouldn't surprise me if there actually was, like a gas explosion. Who knows? Tinderbox nature of a restaurant that seems to have a stage and perhaps polyurethane foam soundproofing on the ceiling. I don't know, that could be paint, but the polyurethane foam catches so fast that it's like flamethrower on the ceiling effect. So I'd love to be a fly on the wall observer to just see what the heck happened, and I hope everybody's okay. We haven't heard of any medical related to this. We're releasing units, but still, that's going to burn for a long time. As long as they contain it to it, there's nothing to save when it's fully involved. So rip, a salute, you know. Looked like it was a legendary pizza place. A lot of people liked it. I don't recall being there. We didn't go to Shasta that often. But man, people just went through some crazy stuff. But it's good we dodged a bullet that it really didn't become like a Shasta Lake fire, you know. Big Al says I worked in a restaurant in 2001 that caught fire while I was there. It was a cigarette that was discarded into a trash can in the manager's office when the day bartender left work. Yeah. Yikes. It was crazy how fast the place filled with smoke. Someone smelled smoke and opened the office door. Oh. And then boof, nothing like adding oxygen to the fire. Never open a hot door. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab like the backdraft quote from that movie. I won't do the scary sound effect because it's terrifying. But in the backdraft movie, it's very intense. Don't watch it if you're like fire traumatized. Very good. It's about an arsonist stalking and trying to kill firefighters by causing intentional backdrafts. So he like knows about fire. He could be a firefighter himself. It's a good murder mystery, amazing action adventure kind of movie with award-winning special effects. Okay, they're still talking about releasing units from the Silverthorn incident. But there's a famous quote.
533 reading copies, return to station 74.
There's a newbie firefighter, and they go into a structure, and unfortunately the killer has been there, and it's a setup. And so they're walking around looking for, somebody said smoke in a building. Where is it? And they're looking in different rooms, and the newbie reaches for the door handle, and he's just got half his gear on and stuff. He's thinking it's like a false alarm or something. And one of the veterans firefighters goes, "Did you check that door for heat, Tim?" he looks back just as he opens the door and introduces oxygen. The backdraft just boom explodes, launches him off of his feet. Check doors for heat and never open them if they're hot. Big Al says, oddly enough, it was a cop at a firefighter bar called the Heroes Pub, and it burned in 2001. Same year, September 11th. Man, can I write your biography, Big Al? You have a storied life. Like, sit with me and tell me your tales. I want to make a weird things happen to me video series. Plenty of weird stuff has happened on the streams, like the lightning striking my house, and I go, oh God! It was like a nuclear bomb detonation on the screen during Fire Stream. I had weird stuff like that happen. Excuse me, we've just had nuts so stuff happen on the street. I'm glad you made it back, Exile. How many lives have you lost? You're like a big cat, Big Al. You had 9. How many do you have now? Because weren't you underneath the tornado funnel cloud the other day, a couple weeks ago? Were you unintentionally storm chasing? Yeah, polyurethane foam though is some of the worst stuff ever. We're finding out after like the Sofa King or Sofa Outlet or Sofa Megastore, whatever it was, the Charleston disaster. They couldn't understand why so many firefighters died, or how they got trapped, or how the fire spread so quickly and flashed over. They did flash over the building. And so they tested sofas, just regular sofas, probably what you're sitting on now, office chairs, stuff too. Almost all furniture has that now instead of natural stuffing, you know. Gone are the days of horsehair, cotton fluff, you know, silk. Now it's polyurethane foam. It's so flammable it has to be impregnated with all kinds of toxic flame retardants. That's why they're finding a lot of PFAS, you know, PFAS chemicals, flame retardants all over the dust of indoor homes, because we're rubbing our butts on our furniture constantly. If you have something as flammable as polyurethane foam, then the cloth on top or the fake leather or whatever has to be impregnated with flame retardant because it's that dangerous. So after the tragedy of the Sofa King or the Sofa Outlet, Charleston, they did tests and try to find the BTUs and look away from the Shasta structure fire because it's fading away in the camp. Rest in peace, Silverthorn Pizza and Pub. Hopefully everybody is okay there. Could have been different, man. Go back to the Shelly Fire.
User 2463 available 22.
But when they measured it,
2463 to 2334.
the heat output of just lighting a sofa on fire, at first it smolders for a long time because it has the flame retardant. It's only on the outer, you know, the outer.
Already, Helicopter 607, landing ready in airbase for refuel. Helicopter 607, 2334. 607.
Fingers crossed. It's bad that the fire's going uphill both ways, in a way, because it's long distance embers can just rain down on the valley and stuff, but we've got a lot of people there. It takes a lot of wind too. We don't have a lot of wind now. The smoke settling down will really, it's like tranquilize the fire, deprive it of some oxygen until dawn or whenever the smoke might burn away. If the best case scenario right now is a lot of smoke most of the time until say 9 o'clock in the morning, and just enough wind to blow it away so the aircraft can hit the area with retardant. Aircraft retardant, by the way, is benign. It's like red dyed dirt and fertilizer fertilizer that kind of doesn't, burn. Just it's benign. It used to be bad, but it's okay these days. But stuff in our furniture, that stuff's still very toxic. So they tested lighting a sofa on fire and tested the BTUs, the heat output, just how fast the fire took to consume the sofa, and it just went off the charts. They figured out basically just a good rough estimate that polyurethane foam and like seat cushions, it'll be in your car too. Pretty much every kind of cushion that's made these days. Sometimes memory foam beds and a lot of bed mattresses. Just think of the
33, 23, 36.
Think of the equivalent of its size in an oil barrel or oil drum. So if your couch in your living room that's like modern furniture catches fire, eventually it will. Like it'll take a cigarette like a couple hours to chew through the flame retardant and finally like cause an ignition. But they've all been cigarette tested. It was a fire safety thing, 60s or late 70s.
2042, 22, 37.
But once fire starts on modern furniture like that, it causes almost instant flashover of the room. Toxic black smoke that hits the ceiling. And what black smoke is, people don't realize, is it's unburned particles.
Medic unit. Heat-related illness. Alpha firefighter off engine 2472. To Silverthorn Resort.
Silverthorn IT ready, copy 2237.
Running Silverthorn IT correction on the engine. I'll be off engine 2462.
Silverthorn IT ready, copy the correction 2337.
Heat-related illness from a firefighter, code 2, ambulance response. Our brave heroes, man, they suffer. We have to really appreciate them. Hopefully it's just, oh no, I'm heat exhausted, but...
Running Silverthorn IT, did you have the identifier of the medic unit that was staged for the incident?
Silverthorn IT, they had a priority call diverted. We'll let you know when they identify with the new medic.
Silverthorn IT.
How was that hurricane? I'll check on it, but anyway, really long story short, I hate it when I get a broken, interrupted things from the radio. Prayer sent for the firefighter. Just want to check on where is the hurricane at, what's Texas.
Silverthorn, I see your medic is 115.
But just think of the size of the furniture in general and how much that would be in like gallon jugs of oil or like an oil drum, and the size of, if it was a bed or a couch. That's about what it's like when these things are burning in your home. So structure fires, house fires used to be much more survivable in the early days, like pre-1930s and 40s and 60s, because they didn't have that much insulation, so all the heat and a lot of smoke escaped. But ours are so airtight with drywall, not fully, but enough, that what black smoke is it's stuff that didn't burn and yet it goes up into the air. It's super hot gases inside of it. So as that builds up on the ceiling, the heat just goes nuts up there. As the fire progresses, the hot smoke, the black smoke, will eventually itself ignite. It is a fuel itself. When you see structure fires like that, where it's gone, flashovers already occurred. Like it really quickly happens, and that's where the heat just builds up in the room to the point where everything in the room reaches ignition temperature and just all combusts at the same time. 1 or 2 breaths of that, you're just instantly unconscious. It really hinders people's escape. So, strangely,
5560 available, 2340. turn to 43.
Are just a few components in our modern furniture right now, like vinyl, polyurethane foam, some other plastics, just not that many, are pretty much causing a lot of the big fatalities that we could ban some of these things, find alternatives, and pretty much, greatly increase the statistical survivability of structure fires. Like other accidents, as technology improves, are becoming more and more survivable, but not structure fires. It's because of our furniture inside of them and the choices. But they have famous tests, you can look them up online, where they take 1800s furniture, horsehair, wool blankets, old couches, stuff with just cotton and wool, and they light the couch on fire versus like modern 1990s or 80s, living room furniture. And like 36 minutes later, it's still a pretty small fire on the couch, something crazy like that, or complete flashover, and which is unsurvivability, occurs in like less than 2.5 minutes on a modern couch. So if you think about like how fast firefighters it takes them to respond and get to your home, we can increase the survivability of structure fires by just insisting on natural materials. I never realized that the rug I bought is polypropylene instead of wool. It's kind of like a giant carpet of oil on my floor. It's really not safe. Maybe I should be looking for a wool pattern or an antique version of the rug. The wool is pretty fire resistant. So I'm gonna relocate it away from my fireplace and get a nice wool rug there. So Praying Protects is here. What is its category of strength? Can't remember now. Earl is a category 1, hit in Texas. So about to make landfall kind of around Bay City. Everybody at Galveston is feeling the shaking of the roofs. But at least it wasn't the category 5 that it was earlier when it started heading towards Mexico. Poor Grenada, I don't know what happened there. I do want to check the very last thing is I'm finished with my meal, so it's time for me to go to bed. Thank you, friends, for holding the fort. Hopefully it's a quiet night for you. Really hope so. We check like Fort Jones, thereabouts, weather up in Siskiyou County. Yes, it's about 73 degrees now, 72. The low will be about 1 in the morning. At least in the valley, it will be about 64. There's still 18-mile-an-hour wind gusts occasionally, but winds are very, very calm otherwise. So there will be flare-ups, and there might be like scary little moments. But if you, like we said, this is one of the, so far, knock on wood, one of the better case scenarios here. That if a fire is going to approach your community, if it has to, what you want is for it to approach just as it runs out of steam and lays down compared to the activity of the day, lays down a bit. It gives all the firefighters a lot of options. You can start doing defense and whatnot rather than panicky evacuations of people. Does your community survive? If it's smaller, the better. If it's got a lot of water down there, there's great irrigation. That's way better. A lot of roads and grid patterns, that's really good. The smaller the community, the easier to defend. And the fire came up towards it just about the time of day when it's really starting to cool off and the fire weakens. So tentatively, like so far, this is what we could hope for. One of the better things we could hope for. I don't know what they lost in the canyon or if they did or not or what's in there. But as far as the communities down here and immediate threat, this is, I hope we get a confirmation this is what we call the midnight miracle. Where fires lay down just as they were about to swallow a town. Or try to. Hey, thanks all for being here, man. I don't silence anybody. I ask for people to respect. I ask for people to respect the fire victims in here who are suffering from PTSD, who tell me that they want to leave my channel, which provides life-saving information. They told me when people come in here telling me we're targeted by weapons and all that, it adds to their stress. So they asked me to not talk about those subjects because they need to listen for very important information, and they come here because every other channel talks about conspiracy theories if they want to. I'm the only one who doesn't. So when I ask you to respect the wishes of fire victims and you don't, you're being a selfish jerk. Selfish jerks are not allowed. You have your own channel. You can use it to say whatever you wish. You just must behave here like an adult and be supportive in this support group environment. It's not about you. You will not use my channel. I don't know why you want to use my channel to say what you want to say. I'm busy here. We are busy here tracking wildfires and actually doing good. I respect people's opinions and what they think and believe. And you're welcome here until you show disrespect to others. And then you can, you're not. If you want to play victim, go ahead, but you're not one. You have your own channel, say what you want to say there. But nobody's going to come in here and make my people feel bad with zero consequence. You'll be kicked out like the disruptor and the little whiny man baby that you're acting like. Just chill, gain some maturity, gain some empathy for other human beings, and come back and see us when you evaluated your behavior. All right. I'm feeling good about this, guys. This is the best case scenario. So far. Let's hope it holds throughout the night, guys. I want to check out the lake fire. What are the current cams down there? I hope. That's our current view down in Santa Barbara, man. What are they going to do about this one? This will just go and go and go until rain, probably. I retweeted the little the little blurb this morning where they actually greeted the public and said, "Hey, we're here with the incident management team." And they talked about what happened last night where we saw the camera burn over and animals fleeing the fire and maybe even 4 cabins burning down. It's hard to say. And then the cameras quit. We really wanted an explanation, like, did we see structures burn last night? What happened? Instead, we got, "Hi, we're here." The fire didn't move that much with its own footprint, which was like, cough, what? That's not true. Maybe he had pretty old information, but that's it. So I said, well, what happened there? Did nobody protect the structures, did they? Did it look as bad as what we saw on the camera? The public sees this stuff all night, and if you don't explain what happened, you're not going to get a whole lot of happy campers or cooperation or trust. I really hope one day that these counties get their beep together and have 24-hour hotlines, but they didn't have one. It took them more than 24 hours to get around to actually creating an evacuation map, even though they had evacuation notices. I don't know what's wrong with the system, but we'll be here, even though our governments fail us. But Jim Farrell says, I just ate a Costco hot dog. It was good. They say they're good. Z-Pro loves Costco pizza. Ain't my thing, but they have a great coffee drink. I got some things from Costco. It's these coconut rolls, and I just thought they were going to be gross. Turns out they're great. If you like sweet kind of treats, like those roll thingies that were, shoot, I took them away from this room. I was going to show you the bag, and I don't remember what they're called. But it's like sweet toasted coconut, but it's not like shaved coconut, confectionery, not like that. It has a mix of, it's a different kind of sweet sugar because it's coconut sugar. That's the 3-hour time lapse. This is the lake fire down there in Santa Barbara County. Eerie. What was to the far left? Is that just lights in the fog? It almost looked like it's on fire. It was weird. Like what? That? Is it a light of something? Could just be a light in the fog rolling in because it's weird. There's like total smoke at the top, and it's blisteringly hot, like 92 degrees at night, and like 8% humidity. Down here, it's like 75 degrees at night, foggy. So many different climates here. All right, so what we're going to leave with is Fort Jones. And here's the last image we saw. I just wish they would explain that. You can't, I know they just set up shop today. I'm not critical of the guy who was brave enough to speak this morning, give a quick 2-minute update. When they first roll into town, the incident management teams are doing 1 million things an hour, It's running 1 million miles an hour. The fact they had 2 minutes to even update, I mean, that's great. But they really do need to improve updating the public about what we're seeing on the cameras and to start understanding that we see stuff on the cameras. It needs to be explained. We hear stuff on the radio. It needs to be explained. In the olden days before this technology, they could, whatever they think they're doing, keep the people calm by not explaining to them what's happening behind the scenes. It's very archaic, but it's the new world here. News travels fast with images. You better explain them. And when things look like nuclear bombs, you better explain it. Or else don't bother talking about anything else.
Affirmative.
33 copy.
All right, so I'm leaving you with Reading. But yeah, that's a screenshot from my other broadcast the other night. I don't think I've slept since then. It was midnight at June, July 6th. I really need to sleep now. So thank you for holding down the fort, guys. I finally eaten. It's time to just crash. So, but when people see this out their window at night, and there's no information hotline to call, they really have to explain, like, are people safe? I read something that was heartbreaking on the Twitter. Somebody tagged me in it. Look, I'm gonna read this to you. The lake fire. Somebody tagged me. Baron Sawyer here. Update 8 a.m. July 6th from the Midland School, which is near the Jackson Neverland Ranch thing, where remember the fire went 7 miles across the slopes. And the wind changed drastically after 8:30 at night. It started blowing all towards the west, and a 7-mile long wall of flame starts going down to the valley. And the officials didn't tell anybody anything. Never had an evacuation warning or anything. Listen to this letter. This is Hannah Nelson, the head of the school. Hello, Midland family. I wish my first official communication with all of you was under happier circumstances. And on July 5th at 3:45 p.m., I'll just summarize here, the lake fire started near Zaka Lake and moved southwest towards Midland, a very small community. As the fire moved closer, we made decisions to evacuate horses and cattle. Just after 8 p.m., Midland was put on evacuation warning. At midnight, we decided to take the conservative approach and evacuate campus before an official order was given. Good choice. That's what we were recommending once I restarted the stream. However, I don't know that anybody there saw the stream at the time. These people are just very smart. Just have a gut feeling that looks bad. And yeah, trust it. Trust your own judgment. Trust your own feelings. You don't need anybody to give you permission to save your own life or be safe. You don't. They're not your boss, right? They're your guides. They're your helpers. They're there to assist you. They're first responders. And they want you to know, please take care of yourself. That by the time we get there, we can do something else. We can take care of the properties. You take care of yourself. Time and time again, communities, there's not enough people around to go door to door fast enough. So this is what they want you to know. So they said, at midnight, we decided to take the conservative approach and evacuate campus before an official mandate was given. Earlier this morning, the grass mountain began to burn. That's the first set of cameras that burned over. Well, actually, the cameras are not on Grass Mountain. They're just west of it. So cameras burned over, and then later, as dawn came, the actual Grass Mountain was on fire. So as of 6 a.m., the fire is still burning northeast of the campus, and the area has not been put on any mandatory evacuation. The forecast shows winds shifting towards the fire in our favor later this morning. Remind you, this was June 6th at 9 in the morning, right? The forecast shows winds shifting towards the fire in our favor later in the morning. As the fire continues, we will update the community via email. A part of living in Santa Ynez Valley is proximity to forest and grasslands that are susceptible to fires, especially in those dry conditions. Another part of living in this area is the tight-knit community and willingness to support neighbors when an emergency happens. Many thanks owed to Nick Alexander, 60, and his team, as well as our neighbors, the Chamberlains and their team, for helping us evacuate and accommodate our herds. Midland is prepared with clear plans given a myriad of potential emergencies. As soon as the fire is reported, we began our processes, which led to the smooth evacuation of the animals and people. Awesome. What great leadership here. I extend a huge amount of gratitude to all of our neighbors that reached out to support and to the fire crews that have been fighting hard to contain it. If you have any questions about the incident or how we're managing it, don't hesitate to reach out, head of the school. That's exactly what you should do. But this is so astonishing, it makes me just want to tear my hair out. Like, there was a school campus and lots of large equestrian and bovine animals here. That takes a very long time to evacuate them, and if the fire is close, they're panicking animals, right? Never, not a word. The officials never told them anything. Just put them on notice and didn't tell them anything. So they just were left to make their own decisions. It's just so unacceptable. Not a hotline, not a website, not from Los Padres National Forest. They didn't make a Facebook update for a long time. The San Bernardino County had made a website about it, like a page on their Office of Emergency Management page, and then didn't link to the actual information officer for San Bernardino, Santa Barbara. I'm saying the wrong thing. Santa Barbara fire. The information officer was on the Twitter, but did they link it? And they made evacuation warnings and never followed up with a map, and nobody had any way to get information. They just saw walls of flame marching towards them and decided, you know what, it's time to go. That was the correct decision, and it just goes to show there's a lot of things wrong. In the bureaucratic red tape nightmare, people get told to evacuate late or not at all, and they have to figure out if they're in mortal danger for themselves. Why doing what we do is important. It's so depressing how long it's going to take for change, but eventually they'll learn their lessons, we hope. Yeah, David Dillon, we just covered that. It's insane. I decided to ban Lahaina survivors from talking about dues. I didn't decide to ban you. That's been a rule in this channel for more than 2 years. You violated it. I asked you not to because it makes my people uncomfortable. So when people come in here being like insensitive jerks, you are kicked out for being an insensitive jerk. If you remedy that situation and actually respect the PTSD fire victims that are here, you're welcome to talk. But if you are not respectful to PTSD fire victims, which you should be if you claim to be one, you're not allowed here. And you should be ashamed of yourself for your horrible conduct. You're screwing with the emotions of fire victims. It's not going to be tolerated here. You're just making yourselves look like horses' asses. I'm done talking about it. I don't care if you're a fire survivor. You do not have special rights to make other fire survivors feel like crap. Do you understand? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the president. I don't care if you're the king of the world. You're not going to make my PTSD fire victims feel like crap. You do not have that power. I'm sorry. You're out of here. Get alive. I don't really believe you anyway. There's always these fake people that come in. How do you verify? Odds. Be on alert. Fire at will. Looks like we got a troll train. But the life-saving work that we do here will not be interrupted by a bunch of selfish jerks. They try from time to time. And that's the nature of live TV. Whenever there's a crisis, there's somebody who wants to exploit it. Not on my watch. All right, friends. Let's leave you with Shasta County and turn that back on.
Reading Silverthorn, I see PG&E is at scene and electrical utilities are secured.
Silverthorn, I see
Hawaii.
ready, copy 0006.
Power companies killed my friend, nearly killed my brother, and wiped out Lahaina. I know people there in Maui. They went through was absolutely horrific. But you should be really mad at Hawaii Electric, and I think you're falling for the psyops of those who want you to chase your own tail. Be afraid of mythical fantasy stuff so you don't hold the murderers accountable. Those who are playing around with your lives and don't care. I could teach you how to survive fires as long as you don't believe in nonsense like space lasers and weapons. But if you do, I can't protect you from that. But I teach fire survival where people actually have died in these mass death events. You know how fire works and operates, you can save yourself. But if you tune out, you just think that some crazy weapon is targeting you, I can't help you. Can't help you. Don't learn how fire actually works. You will make the wrong decisions. But we do what we can. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them think. Nothing gives you the right to come in here and make PTSD fire victims uncomfortable. That's what I don't understand. Why people think they have that right. I'm a victim treatment special. No, you have my sympathy, but I'm not going to allow you to grab my microphone and be a beat to other people. All right, friends, are you ready for this, mods? Big Al says, can you imagine how many people I've tossed from a bar in 35 years? It's much easier here. It's funner. It's funner. But instant ban, guys. Just instant ban. Take a screenshot. You know, this actually might be the same person. I don't know if there's more than one person, actually. It's irrelevant, really. I thought about having some fun animations for like when people are out of line. But yeah, David Dillon, thanks for coming in and tell us about it. Did you know that the structure fire was like a huge explosion? I think we still have it on here before we go. People jumped in the lake. Have you ever gone there actually, David? To what we just lost at the Shasta Lake? Excuse me, too much fire history button on. Salt Creek, that's Oregon. It was on the really distant alert wildfire cam. I mean, I don't go into other people's channels and say, you know what, the nonsense you believe is allowing power companies to get away with murder. How could you? How could you silence me? Listen to me. Listen to me. I want to be on your stream. I want to say my things. I want to say my things. Listen to me. I don't care who I'm hurting. I don't care who I'm making uncomfortable. Listen to me. I don't do that. When these people think that they should, I don't get it. Sorry, I'm clicking the wrong cam. Like, no, back to Shasta. Here it is. Too many tabs to keep track. Wait, SH is, what is SH again? Shelly. There it is. Shelly. Whoa, did it pivot? Did a Fort Jones cam pivot away? No, we need to see it. Right. First thing that went wrong with the height of the night, I tried to cover it and help people, was I saw the power still on hurricane force winds because we had a webcam that night, and I was like, why is the power on? You could see city lights and little village lights and stuff, of course, near the horrendous smoke clouds and whatnot. I was like, okay, this is going to be bad. We couldn't hear anything. They had no ham radio out there, no nothing. People lost, just like Paradise, people lost their power, lost their cell phones. Reverse 911 failed utterly. You couldn't see it coming, like blocks away. Structures were on fire, but the smoke's so thick that unless you actually walked a couple of blocks up, you couldn't tell that an entire block would be on fire. I've shown people just how that one mystery house with the red roof survived behind it, and how to harden your home so it doesn't happen. It had a new roof, it had brand new screens. So you can actually do things. Like when you rebuild, you can, or remodel, or whatever you do to save your own home, you can learn from what actually is happening, like embers being sucked up into the attic through loose vents and screens, and little cracks and crannies, and probably the laundry vents. Yeah, you could change that on your house and make it like 70% more likely to survive. It's like the number one thing for your defendable space. You can take action and be a lot more secure. And most homes that are buttoned up like that don't need a very strong metal, fireproof type roofs with the mesh. I can tell you about that, and you can really, fire harden your home. But I believe it was like special space lasers when that one house needed to be saved because of, I don't know, some conspiracy reason, then you can't be safe, can you? Don't believe, the truth. Hey, Husky there. David Dillon says, I worked there for a couple of seasons. Oh, no. It was total loss, David. People ran into the lake. So we heard of no injuries, though. But the entire peninsula, as we were listening to it, it was ironic, that thing that just happened at Shasta. Why is Fort Jones Cam not looking? Oh, you know what? If it's on rotate, I don't know if it is. It's probably looking around for areas that it could be spotting. I just wish at least one camera stays with the main scene of the fire, Is Fort Jones 2 in Panorama? No. Okay, there. We pick one. What do you think, Fort Jones 1 or 2? Yeah, David, I'm sorry. I just had a different view of one of these cams, so it seems like there may have even been an explosion. Like it was that fierce. I just want to go and redo the time lapse. Some of these are, they cut the power, so some of these cams just shut off because of that fire. But this one that saw it from a distance, this is across the lake looking to the southwest. Watch this. Okay, I guess we have to go to 3 hours. It pivots around. Now we were listening to the helicopters on their way to the Shelly Fire to work it at night. One of them goes, whoa. All of a sudden there's massive tone outs because we're listening to Shasta. This is where the pilots come out of, right? And a lot of the ground units saying that they're going to the Shelly. We're talking. So it like turns around and it just boom. Mind you, that's not all flame. That's a lot of light and heat, smoke there. Um, but it was fully involved by the time the helicopter went over it, and they said people are jumping into the water and there's no way to get off the little peninsula. It was spreading to vegetation. So they even had dozer crews on the way. They're like, they pressed hot button speed dials, and Shasta came like with an army. Sorry, Ladybird. Oh, Ladybird, yeah, the hurricane, where are you at? It's making landfall right now, right? I'm so sorry. I was spaced out. I still haven't slept for days, so trying to the mods are ready for duty tonight to help people find their information that they need. But if you have to do a ban, yeah, Ladybird, how is it there? You're down by the where the hurricane's making landfall. Are you in direct path of it? Um, yeah, small world life. Don't worry. You know, your tender heart is very super appreciated. But I found that those people, even if they are fire victims, many times they're not. It's really difficult to actually verify that. So sometimes they're just really out of it to the unreasonable. You can't reason with them. Gibbering states of hysteria and agitation that can't be reasoned with. Sometimes after tolerating too much of that, like when I first started, I just thought, oh, well, they can have outbursts and stuff, but hang out. And then I'll scold them again and say, oh, please don't have an outburst. And then they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, okay. And then they'll talk about random stuff and try to get support from others. Then I'll do something like laugh. Like, remember Big Al when we laughed at the bear urine lady? And we just were like, are you kidding me? That's her cover story. This suspected arsonist who just about killed people and lit a fire at Shasta. Ironically, we're looking at Shasta, where elderly people were carried out of homes in the nick of time, like on firefighters' shoulders. Like this lady did this, and she said, I lit a fire to purify bear urine in my water bottle, like I'm a hiker. What? Like we just started giggling. Massive outburst from somebody in the chat who claimed to be a fire victim. I don't think you should make fun of the mentally ill. You're just a mean person, Catherine, and everybody here is really mean, and I hate you. And remember how she just went off the deep end, like, whoa. I said, whoa, calm down, lady. Are you all right? Nobody's making fun of anybody. We're like, we're dismayed. We're laughing like, are you serious? We don't even know whether we should laugh or cry. It's something that ridiculous. People almost died, and that's her cover story. And then she go, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I have problems. I have emotional, blah, blah, blah. And we'd be like, okay, it's all right. Pat on the back, you can stay. But it turns out that person wasn't even a real fire victim at all. And so here we were just tolerating nonsense. So I wisened up to this stuff. When trolls are trying to worm their way in and just get attention, they just want attention. That's it. They'll claim to be anything. So what I'm trying to say is, don't even believe half of what you hear about people coming in and disrupting. One time there's a person who really started a conspiracy saying I was a 65-year-old lady who was a wealthy widow who was pretending to be a hot young 28-year-old or 18-year-old chick who was a model. And like, I was crazy. I started laughing at that. So now I have the nickname Granny. Yeah, small world life. Don't waste your sympathy on what might be totally ridiculous. You know what I mean? We even had somebody we promoted to mod for a while who said he was about to lose his home in Greenville. Remember Smitty? You sniffed him out. Smitty, who lived in Greenville, goes, sir, where exactly was your home? He goes, oh, well, you know, the side of Greenville, and oh no, Lady Bird, sorry, I didn't see your reply. We lost our camp to Ida and our friends lost homes, so I just can't keep my eyes off any if they come this way. Are you safe or evacuated? Oh, you're in Louisiana. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so sorry, David. I think everybody's okay medically. We just kind of dodged a bullet. Sorry, switching back and forth different topics. So that was Sugarloaf Shasta. The helicopters flying towards the. I'm gonna go back now to hopefully Fort Jones 1. What? Oh, sorry. Fort Jones 1 at him, not 2. It's not even looking at the fire, seriously. Okay, this angers me. This is why a lot of the public starts boiling over. Like they're like, okay, is it looking better? Is there some hope? Cameras look away. Why? Why? I know that they gotta look around for spot fires, but sometimes they just look away for no reason. But what I was trying to say is that Smitty sniffed out this fake victim who was quite convincing in the beginning. And what he wanted to do was the night shift mod work all the time. And I thought, oh man, like we're going viral. There's thousands of people in the chat coming and going. It's chaos. I definitely were 24/7 during the Dixie. So people are coming in and volunteering. I don't really know them. You know, thank God now I know the legit mods now. I was totally naive. I was brand new, except for just a couple of months that I worked in 2020, being totally brand new. Yeah, and Smitty was. So where exactly is your home in Greenville? And he's like, oh, he had trouble explaining what part of town it was. He settled on the southwest side or something. And Smitty was like, okay, so like what road is that? And there was a pause long enough for him to like Google Maps, you know, like invent a. Oh yeah, my cabin was on that road. Yeah, remember this, Smitty? Man, you don't screw with an XMP, man. Military cop, man. You should have your own TV show. Lady Bird, just try to relax because at this point everything that's going to be with that storm is going to be. So there's an old saying about just trying to relax. It's a little bit weird, but whatever is guaranteed to happen, because like you can't affect it anymore, has already happened. Isn't that weird? It's just about relaxation, like a philosophical idea. Whatever, once your ability to affect some situation is over, then it's already happened. Like there's no reason for anxiety about it. I know you can't think your way out of anxiety, but it helps you just to think about a different mindset. Like, oh, okay, now you just observe. So it's like, you know, you're nervous at target practicing or whatever you're supposed to be doing at the Olympics or something, or you handed the relay torch right to the other runner, and then you kind of slow down and you watch the relay runner and you see what happens. But you tilt your own body. Oh, I just did everything. Like I contacted everybody. I got all the information, and so you've got to sleep, right? This is Antelope Wairika.
Abigail Crew 2 available midnight 25.
We don't have a clear. Yeah. Ah, okay. Not even what? heard peak is in the distance, and it's a panorama. But yeah, I'm sorry, David. Tell me about that place. It looked like it was very fun. I'm just glad nobody got hurt. There was a heat stress injury. It just seems like exhaustion from a firefighter that responded to the Shasta boat ramp area. Sorry, this is a harsh background. There, it's darker. I don't know which cam to leave it on. Fort Jones 1, 2. And where are they just looking away? If they were making a panorama, looking around for Embercast, that would be one thing. Girard Ridge, too, has the Milky Way there. Oh, I'd love to time lapse. Some of these are really neat. When you don't have the light pollution on some of these cams, you get the Milky Way. Yeah, Smitty says, I asked him how a lady bartender was doing. What? Oh, yeah, Smitty started asking about how he found out that the bonding we even promoted, and he was an insidious sleeper kind of troll, where he pretended to just be oh no, I'm glad you're doing the stream, but oh man, I might lose my home. And then we're like, oh, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. And then he pretended to be there for a while. Then later he changed his story to, oh, but I'm evacuated, because we were asking him like, well, what's out your window right now? What do you see? And he's like, So we wanted to take the night shift, and then he caused chaos at night when he thought nobody was looking. Eventually, after I got some reports that some people like having major issues with him, that he'd make off the cuff comments, and when I would confront him about it when I wake up, he'd be like, "Oh no, I was just trying to humor people and entertain them at night. Sorry, I'm a joker." I called some lady. I told her she liked heathen music, like she thought I called her a heathen, and it got all out of hand, and I'm sorry, but she didn't accept it. I'm going, what? What? Sound like Smitty? What the heck's happening? So we decided to do like a little bit of a sting operation, because more and more people were like just disappearing, and some of them were saying that they're just not coming back night after night. So he was like secretly banning people when nobody was looking. And so I would look at the ban list like every couple of mornings, but I didn't realize there was like a page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9. YouTube didn't like show that at the time. Lady Bird says, I found you all a couple of years ago when you were reporting on the AA fire near Rancho Cordova. I've been here ever since. Love you guys. Yes, Lady Bird. Did you know Lady Bird's my nickname when I fly my drone? You have to have a call sign when you contact the towers at like airports.
I see the firefighter's going to be transported code 2 to the hospital. Train 2429 will be en route for the firefighter.
Oh God, that scared me.
Silverthorn, I see Reading copy. Additionally, CHP is inquiring how much longer they will be needed for traffic control.
Reading Silverthorn, I see. Where do they have traffic control set up at?
Yeah, Husky, the lake fire's moving around.
Silverthorn, I see you broke off about the traffic control.
Reading Silverthorn, I see. Where was the traffic control set up at?
I was not advised.
Better advisors.
Yeah, copy. It sounds like the Dry Creek and Silverthorn, and there is no need for them now.
Right.
Copy, midnight 30.
They had a strike team and desert crews coming. They really thought this might really be the next like vegetation fire. It was looking bad. But other than I don't know, they said heat. I thought stress, injury. I don't believe that means burns. I think that means like an exhaustion. So one of the firefighters responding here was he's getting a code 2 ambulance, which is
2476 en route to station 43.
3 is lights, sirens, fast as you can. 2 is like some lights occasionally, but medium pace, not super frantic. Yeah, I know, Husky. I just read the letter. Remember how we were talking about the school? The little school community should be under mandatory evacuation or super alert, and they should be doing that. I just read Husky on.
Red 2476 en route to station 43.
I just.
Engine 2476, ready copies 0131. Correction, midnight 31.
Sorry. Hopefully it's not crashing. I just read this. You can. Oh, I think I have to retweet it for other people to see it. Like and post. Yes. I don't want to repost exactly, but this was the head of the school, Hannah Nelson, at the Midland school. So they didn't get any evacuation information, period, from the authorities. They were just on like level 1, but as the, flames roared toward them during that night, they decided to evacuate themselves and a whole bunch of livestock. Just because of a, error, to err on the side of caution here. And that's exactly what they did, the right thing. So they just did an orderly, let's not wait for the authorities to tell us what to do. Good, because they didn't tell them jack. This was just astounding to me that the authorities, that they could see out their window literally this, and the authorities don't have a hotline or go live to explain what this is or tweet anything or call people or do reverse 911 or do emergency alerts. Nothing. Did you hear that? It's fireworks outside. Hang on. Alexa, show cam 1. I am going to. You're going to be sorry. Well, it's my lucky day. I'm glad I rearranged the security cameras. Catch everybody coming and going. It went right in front of them. Clear images. Awesome. Okay, guys. Anyway, I was talking about how they don't explain stuff like this when people see this out the window, you know. So, anyways, friends, I'm so sorry, David. I do, like, it's just shock when your favorite place is just boom. That was, if nobody's hurt, that it's kind of a miracle. Do you think there could have been like a gas explosion or something? David Dillon says Dry Creek at Silverthorn Road intersection to the resort about 2 miles. What about it? It may have been closed though. I mean, it's a holiday weekend though, but do they close at 9? It was at 10:30 or 11:30 or something. A current view looks like a nuclear weapons test right now. Oh yeah, we've been looking at that. The Santa Ynez. It's the last images of the camera that burned over. Yeah, it's nuts. Just again, same viewpoint as I was just making ironically a point. It's deja vu. When people see what looks like Santa Barbara County being nuked, you kind of have to tell people what happened. So the information officer, I know they just set up shop this yesterday morning. It's after midnight again. Oh my God, I haven't slept since the 4th. It's the 8th. Okay. Or maybe a little bit of a nap on the 5th. I lost track. That's going to be one crazy time lapse. Maybe we need to put it here on the lake fire and just listen to Shasta County, though. Is that a compromise? I could put in the corner a Fort Jones cam, almost like a split screen. Wow, she's getting stupider to talky puck. Sorry, I said her name. I was activating my views of my security cams. What do you think? Split screen and remain listening to Cal Fire SHU? Yeah. I know, Husky. It's just like, look, it's getting worse. So it's let's check the other cams. It's gotta be nuts. Are any, like, here's the ones that burned over. Are any views pretty compelling right now? I just Santa Ynez Peak. And we never really got a good radio JCAT, and others were saying, you know, special channels, and we just can't. There's no real way to tune in. Or the ham radio operator just doesn't have enough in the way of equipment or special equipment, or it's something. There's something wrong with. We won't really be able to hear much. I guess this is the most compelling image. Let's do a time lapse. Sorry if it light flashes. Trying to warn you. Last hour. Holy crap. Just holy crap. All right, we'll split screen this camera and Fort Jones. I can make a quad. I have two images of the lake, left side of the screen, right side of the screen. We'll set up Shelly. David Dillon says the pub had been closed since Sunday, but holiday weekend no, but not sure what could have caused an explosion or the fact they used propane. Can't imagine what else it could have been. I know. Something like an accident. Somebody runs into the gas line with a out of control quad car and hit the gas instead of the brake. Oh, okay, friends, we're looking at the lake fire to be clear. I'm gonna use the bathroom and be right back.
Training 2429, Reading, confirming en route to the hospital. Can you repeat the destination? Training 2429, Reading, copy 0042.
Coming right back. Hang on. We'll set up quad view of cams.
Reading, engine 2476, available, station 58. Engine 2476, 0044.
Okay, refreshed. To get the dehumidifier going now. Yeah, we never finished the part about how Smitty was sniffing out the fake Greenville jerk mod who was just there to cause chaos. Seemed so nice, but then when people weren't looking, he just randomly banned people and antagonized them. And then play victim like, oh man, I was just joking with his or her. Wake up and be like, what happened tonight, man? So Smitty though was not buying his oh poor me. I wonder if the Dixie Fire will take my cabin. First was a home, then it was a cabin. And he's like, oh, I lived on the east side of town. Oh no, I meant the west. And Smitty was like, okay, on what street? Waits just long enough to Google it. Oh yeah, the this is such and such street. And Smitty goes, oh really? Okay. And then he asks a few more questions. It's a very small town, so you know the such and such bartender lady, and she was apparently famous, right? I don't know, isn't this messed up? Um, but the reason they all look the same is that mushroom clouds are all just the same. It's just heat travels into the sky till it runs out of steam, and really cold up there, so it quickly cools, so it can't rise anymore. So at the one particular spot where it just doesn't have enough heat to continue rising, there's a flattening out the top. It's just what heat does. So that's the reason that volcanoes, wildfires, and nukes all look the same. Is they're all just tremendous heat updrafts, and you get a similar look to tornadoes, even though it's a totally different phenomenon. But they all have something in common. They'll have a twisting center, because it's just if air wants to move quicker, like it's being shoved in a direction by heat or some other force, winds or whatever causes a tornado, right? It is forced into a twisting pattern to, at a certain point, to be that fast. So that's what's so eerie. Clouds like 13,000 feet could be husky. I tweeted out some really interesting computer modeling of what these clouds look like in 3D. You got to check my Twitter. There's some incredible imagery. I haven't asked for permission to show that live. Now, let's do a 30-minute time lapse here. Eerie. Anyway, whenever you see a mushroom cloud, it's because there's some sort of a fuel source, right, to make the heat continuously rise for some reason. So when these form, it just found a lot of fuel somewhere. And fires don't just burn in a solid wall. Occasionally you'll see a flame front like that, but people think that it's a straight line and a solid wall where the fire goes. But it really isn't. It's more like sticking your whole palm of your hand into a sandbox and then lifting your fingers up off the ground, and your fingertips touch the sandbox and just pushing your hand. If your palm is where the main fire is, things like wind, ridge tops and canyons make certain edges just shoot out faster in front of the rest of the fire, so it looks like a finger. Or sometimes like a caterpillar, worm-like, but with two antennas out the front. Or like the mandible of an ant, that's the weirdest thing about the old burn scars, like the Caldor. And some of them, like the lion's head, you can see time and time again that they look like the jaws of an insect or like antenna of a caterpillar, depending on whatever fire it is, because they race along the ridge tops. in front of the main seat of the fire because that's where wind just pushes it at maximum speed at the top. So the Caldor had similar ugly bug-like appendages because these are two major canyons, two major rivers that's consume this down here. Can't remember which one up here. It was the North and South Fork consumes. I can't remember. But you get the idea. And sometimes it's just two of these, but oftentimes there's like 3 fingers, 4 or 5. Depends on how many ridge tops you have close to each other. And of course, the straight line was where they did a successful stop on the fire, defended this road, and then it plunges down a canyon down there. But a ridge line, yeah, there's a little road that goes along the ridge. So they successfully stopped it, and I'll never forget the day that a helicopter said, "Crews, get out of there. You wanna go?" They retreated from like here, went elsewhere. But it's so important to have cameras and eyes in the sky. And so they retreated to safety, went back, it was okay, and caught the spots, like little ones like this. They went over to Caldor and went back to doing their work. But the places where they couldn't stop it from going west was in the canyons, of course. There's almost sheer vertical faces sometimes. It's super steep. So they had a road to cross the T at, but the canyons meant that there's another way that went past. So can you imagine that if they didn't catch this spot, that all this in here, this is called a pocket, unburned, right? Say they didn't catch this spot and it went over their line. Even though the rest of the stuff had already burned around, this would burn very brightly and intently on the cameras, yeah? This is a huge portion of land. We do the measuring tool. I'm explaining what we're seeing on the cams. People go, what's on fire night after night, same spot? Oops, not distance, not that. Okay. Polygonal area. I didn't mean to click on a road. Jeez, that's ugly. Stop. I don't know what it's doing. Okay, 6 square miles. At least. I don't really know why it was highlighting roads. This is very polygonal area.
Helicopter 1 November Charlie on local.
Oh my god, that's
1 November Charlie, ready, go ahead.
17
After 1 November Charlie, St. Papa Juliet, return to Reading Airport. Reading copies. Both positive AFS at midnight 54. After 1 November Charlie.
Excuse me, I gotta check on something. Well, anyway, you get the idea. It doesn't matter what the square radius of that is. That if an ember finds a pocket like that and a tremendous amount of fuel, boom. That's why there's always pockets. There's always areas of little unburned areas. In the Caldor, unfortunately, since they couldn't get into the interior, they just lined it around Dorado National Forest pretty much and mostly lost the forest. They saw pockets all the time that they possibly could have gone and saved of, old growth classical forests and historical places and active camps like youth camps and Christian camps and Forest Service ranger stations and the like. And they couldn't go in there to save the pockets. They just helplessly watch because they don't have a quick way in and out stuff. So, Smitty, what's the most likely culprit? Yeah, but yeah, the way, sorry, finishing that conversation, every time I look at chat, I remember what I was talking about, but I was trying to lighten the load. A lot of people were like super believing that uh, I was trying to explain that you can't really tell who's a fake fire victim or not. Uh, some of them are just trolls and jokers. The one mod we sniffed him out. Smitty goes, "So you live on the such and such area of town?" Yeah, yeah. Off what road? The such and such road. Oh, right, okay. So the main bar in town, you're familiar with the sweet old lady who was the bartender or whatever there? Oh, yeah, her name was blah blah blah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. How was she doing? Smitty said. He goes, fine. And Smitty goes, she's been dead for like 62 years.
Doctor 1 number Charlie.
And that's when we all went, huh. And
Charlie ready.
Yeah, unable to make contact with Y Research. Can you please notify them that we're in contact with you?
Ready, copy, affirmative, midnight 57.
we're still listening to Shasta County, because sometimes there's pilots that take off, maybe nighttime mappers. I really hope so. But we were so sympathetic and just patting his little back and comforting him all the time. And he had these morose little sad tales, and oh my God, he was just there to cause chaos, insult people, piss them off, antagonize, and so setting him up to just look like look to expose him like that. Good, holy mackerel. So they're sent to Inez Peak 1 and 2. That's old camera burnover image. Brass Mountain one, we don't need that. Right, I was going to set up the, I call it the Brady Bunch camera thing before we go to bed. Let me try to remember how I did this. So, you go to UC San Diego, right? They have little tutorials and stuff on how to do stuff. And you go, it's the UC San Diego one, not the other version, right? You hit collate. Whoops, we zoomed out too much. So let's look at Catalina Islands or something for a second. Collate. And then you hit this. And there's one where you can add the squares into like a Brady Bunch deal. You guys remember what I'm talking about? It has been a while since I've done this. I can't even think or talk. Yeah, this is top to bottom different cams. But then there's the other version, which is Alert West. What's going on at Bunker Hill? What is that? And Fort Jones is back, by the way. Is that the Royal? Wow. It's the Royal. Okay, we're checking watch duty. What the heck is going on? This is me just trying to set our cams up. Salt Creek had a final update for the night. Retardant drop. Okay, that's looking good for Oregon, fingers crossed. Okay, please don't crash. There's 2 nighttime helicopters at Redding. And eyes in the sky is on the Royal. Just 3 hours ago, copter remains doing nighttime water drops. Things have changed. They have changed. Anyway, Fort Jones is back. Now that's the kind of view we need. That's perfectly calibrated and nice and crisp. About as good as you can get it. Right? Okay. But something like, yeah, it's not collate. The other one. Duplicate. Show on map. And the Fort Jones 2 is in color. Good, maybe they set that up right. But meanwhile, what the heck is going on by... Can't even remember what camera that was. Wow, Cisco Buttes. Banner Mountain. 1 hour. Just climb up to the top of the hill. And RJ ended up being totally right about this. Oh, the peak of hell is what Fort Jones is looking at. Hey, it came out towards the town and mostly stopped, and now it can run around the mountaintops all it wishes right now. That's fine. Buying them some time. Couldn't really have asked for more. The restaurant detonates. They thought it would be a big vegetation fire, but it's not. Couldn't ask for more. I've taken the blessings. I'm accepting the blessings. Are you? But this is the Royal Fire. Now it's supposed to not be very windy at all. And if it gets colder, that's good. This is Signal Peak, Nevada, Company 2. Sorry, flashing lights. Uh-oh. This is a 1 hour. Let's look at Caltopa. I will never sleep. This will never happen. Never sleep. Happen. Maybe I don't need it anymore, friends. Maybe I don't need it anymore. You know, I'm starting to feel like Kramer on Seinfeld. He goes, basically says, I'm engaged in a new health craze. You know, like, what kind of new thing? He goes, it's called never sleep more than an hour at a time. Yeah, that was a very funny one. He starts kind of losing it. It's not a new red heat detection. It went over 5 minutes ago, but we probably will have a red that comes back. What is our terrain? Like taking a good look at it. I've been here. Hiking here is super rough. We nearly died. Nearly starved to death and froze to death on the mountain in June. We were kids on it's supposed to be a guided hike by a pro, like mountain tour guide. And later, when things started to go wrong, we're like, you have our food and stuff, right? He goes, we're like, we're real hungry. We haven't stopped to eat in to get breakfast because we had to get on this bus to come here to meet you to do this, 5-day hike with you, or maybe 3 to 5 if you take your time or not, or visit the optional lake or not, just downhill, supposed to be nice and easy. And he goes, wait, you mean you didn't bring food? He said, yeah, well, we obeyed what he said. He said, don't pack anything, pack really light. Excuse me, I'm making notes. And so we hadn't eaten at dinner night before because we had a powwow about the hike. Came back and the cafeteria thing was closed. And so the bus left for breakfast. And he said, absolutely do not bring anything that's not on the list. This is a well-oiled machine. Watch duty intel 12 is flying a pattern. Well, I mean, over which fire? Oh, I don't want the airports on. How did I accidentally turn it on? I was like, I really don't want airports. I'm just going to mouse over this crap all the time. How do I turn that off? Anyway, he's like, well, you can do without food for a couple of days. Maybe you should spearfish, And we're like, what? So we get to a bridge and it's washed out. Storm comes up. Oh, man. We froze to death on the mountain. Man. Lightning and thunder. June in the Sierras is still winter. Early June is still winter. It's flying over the Royal, okay. How do I turn off airports? Why did I turn them on? What's the button? Stop. Local time. What's the airports at all? I love local time. All right, turn it off. Show additional map controls. Full screen. Hide top bar. That's nice, but list views, airports, multi-site. I don't want to see that. I want to go to bed. Fire stopper thing. Now, if I turn up my volume too much, you can hear all this typing and stuff. I'm backing down my volume. The 3 guys with hearing aids or whatever who couldn't hear me, they're probably in bed. Windows, how to disable airport. Click that button, settings. Click map, click visibility, airports. All right, settings. Click map, click visibility. Aircraft on the ground, airport, traffic. Airport pin. Yeah, I looked here, it's not there. There. How'd I accidentally click that? So annoying. Okay, back on track. All I want to do is set 4 cameras. I'm freaking going to bed. Like Husky, I'm going to bed. Like, stop telling me to look at things. Like, we're going to set up the 4 cameras. You can tell me that, yeah, there's a, okay, I believe you, there's a light doing the thing. But really, if it interrupts me, it's 1 in the morning. I've been live for 5 hours when I'm supposed to set it up in 5 minutes and leave. I'm so ready to just, okay, this is what we're doing. We're setting up the cams. I'm going to just look up how to do this off screen. I forgot, but there's a way to make a Brady Bunch of 4 cams. Two on the left will be the Shelly or something, and 2 on the right will be the lake, or 1 will be Placerville. We'll figure this out. I'll put a label up. Now let me Google it. Wildfire cams, how to do grid view. Oh, it's like the really old version. Dodd. Okay. Just do the little tutorial bobber. So I know how to do it for these alert wildfire cams, but this old ancient one, Coast of California, is not really plugged into this anymore. Tile display. So I'll call it tile display. So this is alert California. How to do tile display. All right, we got a hit because I was looking at this the other day. You hit tile set. Alert California. Technology about cameras. News. How do you get to tile set? No support. Just do slash tile set. Like there's no button to it, but you can type in slash tile set. Page not found. At cameras. Click cameras. So where is the ops dot alert California .org slash tile set. Why isn't there just a button that takes in this mode? The home. Yeah, Bunker Hill and all that. Man, Fort Jones. Okay, there's a little square. It's so weird. If you just go to like a normal Google search, you go alert California tile set, and it like takes you this portion here. See ops.alertcalifornia.org.tile set. Okay. So here you get to this magical, I guess I should bookmark this, to the favorites bar, alt tile or something. I have to have a million tabs open, it's ridiculous. So customize, add cameras and customize. Okay, save the copy. I could share the URL with you guys so people can look at their own copy of the tiles too. Intel's over the Wildfire. Yes. Okay. All right. So we're going to do this. So we minus the cameras we don't want. These are random. Now we go to add cameras. So if we do the left side, it's Santa Ynez Peak, right? I'll say the left side is the lake. Santa Ynez Peak West 1. Okay. What else is a good camera view of the lake? Because we could do lake on the left side, Fort Jones on the right side. But this thing going on at your Truckee, I think it should be Fort Jones 1 and 2 and the Lake Fire in the upper right. Yeah, Fort Jones 1 and 2. We'll do that first. Fort Jones 1. Fort Jones 2. Okay. No, I don't want that. Back to my tile. No! Screw it all up. All right, go away. Good thing is we could save this as a URL. I have to set it up again. Now, Santa Ynez. Santa. What was I just saying? Santa Ynez 1. Peak and the 1 are both amazing though. Which one should we choose? Like one is the marching wall of flames, Santa Ynez Peak. Then there's West 1, West 2. Okay, let's choose it. Santa Ynez Peak. And which one for up by Truckee? Yeah, sorry. Mouse is out of control. What do you think? Siskiyou Buttes, Banner Mountain. Or what's Signal Peak doing? Forest Hill. Which cameras? I'm not really talking to myself. Like, which cameras do you guys want? Just let me know. Cisco Buttes. Which one of these is taller? Cisco Buttes 1. Okay, should we do Cisco Buttes? Where's my tile? Okay, there we go. Cisco Buttes 1. And now, squish it. Wait. Not like that. No. Okay. Yeah. It's a slider. Why did Fort Jones become tiny? Ah, okay. Hog Wild. Okay. But, all right. See, we just form a line, form a square. Now why is that one tiny? Okay, this is about as good as I'm gonna get it. Okay, I'll take it. Here's the problem though. Fort Jones 1 and 2 are not next to each other. Now they are. Okay. Santa Ynez, Fort Jones 1, Fort Jones 2. Santa Ynez. And what was the third one now that we were doing? Cisco. Maybe it's 2. No. I need Fort Jones to be adjacent to each other. Stop it. Or like Fort Jones 1 and 2 at the top. And Santa Ynez Peak. Cisco. No, what if? No. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Hey, Big Al, I found one. I'm just going with Cisco Buttes. We got it. I can't make them line up though. I can't say the diagonal ones are such and such fire, and the other diagonal is this. It's just top is this, bottom is that. And look how it's driving me insane. Okay. Now we have Fort Jones 1 and 2 at the top. Yay. I don't want Cisco Buttes 2. I want Cisco Buttes 1. You see how one of them just... Okay, so they're out of order. Cisco Buttes 1. And now I'll do something I really don't want in order, and maybe it'll do it in order. Now I want Santa Ynez Peak. Now I want Fort Jones 1. No, it's still diagonal. I hate you. I hate where you come from. All right, so Fort Jones 1 and 2 are at the top now. Please add Cisco Buttes to the bottom right-hand square, please. Thank you. Oh! We are still listening to Cal Fire SHU. They just are not saying anything. Minister of Slapping, do your duty.
Ready. Oh, 1 down south.
Oh, 10127.
I know, Big Al, I know. This bothers me. It will bother me in my sleep. It'll bother me in my dreams. I'm a perfectionist. I'm twitching here. When people say they are a little bit OCD, they don't mean that. OCD is a totally different thing. But if you need the books to be, the picture to be on the wall straight, my right eyeball is twitching. It needs to be straight. Die painfully. I have so much hate. I hate all the hate that I can possibly hate. My hate is so ferocious. If one of these cans was looking at me, it would start a pyrocumulus. I'm generating heat. I hate this so much. Where does it say customize? It used to say customize. All right. Die. Santa Ynez. Georgia. And what have I done, friends? What have I done to deserve this tile being out of order? It toys with me. Thanks for the update, Husky. The lake fire is moderately chewing. Are you saying the lake fire is masticating? That's ironic. Cisco. 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 It just wants to be first. That's it. We're not having that camera. It's a little narcissist. It has to be first. Okay, maybe we'll just try another one. I'm so ready to go Genghis Khan. Banner Mountain, sure. It's a crappy image. It's half out of focus. It wants to be first, too. Okay, where's my sword? Headsman, bring me my sword. This website has angered me. It's never gonna work. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We are restarting the stream. Hey, Big Al, you can make these tiles and you can then save copy URL like this. You could make it for me. And I think we can time lapse all of the cameras together. Wow. This is so freaking confusing though to people if it's crossed. Why can't I just drag and drop? I'm going to boil over in rage.
Reading engine 2456, new incident medical.
Engine 2456.
Responding to 251 Riverview Road for an 86-year-old male fall.
Oh no.
Reading copy, 013.
Why? Is it alphabetical? It's alphabetical. Oh, you. On to you. Okay, so which camera is around Truckee? I'm a little slow today. That is begins after the word F, letter F. None. They're all like Cisco Buttes, Beckworth. Banner Mountain. I hate Signal Peak. That's it. I have you now. Signal Peak. Or PCWA Forest Hill. Signal Peak, Nevada. 2. Oh, wrong. That's it. Fort Jones is at the top. Holy crap, that was hard. It needed to be. A lake fire is eating land for breakfast. Okay, friends. Here it is. Copy that. This will be the link for people needing, they could put that on their own screens. And you can tell people, hey, use this link and hit the customize button and add their own feeds. They could look at whatever cams they want to. One day, when we have multiple monitors and we make this fancy, we broadcast in 4K. We could put like 8 of these on there and it'll look great on a 60-inch TV. In the meantime, what we will do, since we're at the 5th and a half hour of the stream, we're going to restart it. I'm going to name it, the 8th. So, mods, thank you so much for handling the night shift. If you do have to ban somebody, just take a screenshot of what they were saying at the time. Like, you do the ban, and then you click show their deleted messages, take a screenshot, save it. When you're in the chat, put the timestamps on. You know how it says live chat, ban funding, top chat, go to live, and then hit the 3 buttons, hit the timestamps on. Aye, captains. And I now just need to I'll say long silence normal. After 25 plus hours of live. That's a couple of other chat. So we have Shelly. So top is Shelly. Left is Lake. Right is Brown. That intelligible. Got it open so you post a link. Awesome. Thank you, friends. And what's neat is you could play time lapses. Let's try a 24. I forgot about these tricks. I used to set these up for nighttime when I had multi monitors. A third one, not playing. Okay, 12-hour net. Why in God's name? It's just not going to work. Wait, is it still updating? Is it still updating now? Yeah. Okay, so we'll do a 5. Okay, I don't care anymore. What? We can do 1 hour. Does it stretch out and be weird? Okay, since we're at 5.5 hours in the stream, we have to restart every 12. I may just sleep past 12 hours if I'm lucky. And if I wake up, I swear to God, I'm going to throw back a half a quart of NyQuil and wash it down with a cup of Valium or something. Like, seriously, I need some Valium. Is there a Valium store nearby? What's hilarious was that's a joke from my Australia friend, and I said, "Man, I'm uptight. I can't sleep. What do I do?" And she was a motherly, kind of lady, and she goes, "Oh, honey, have a cup of Valium." And I said, "A cup?" I'm thinking a coffee mug. I said, "That's a lot." Jeez, I knew she was kind of joking. She goes, "Oh no, I meant like the little paper ones." Oh, okay. Look at the crazy run right now, though, of Fort Jones. Thing is, I don't know if why are these? Where are the gaps? Are there huge gaps between them? Okay. It's set up. I'm not touching it anymore. Okay. Hopefully the radio keeps playing because we've had that issue before if tabs want to go to sleep. Hopefully it's the right volume and all that. So I have to rename the stream to the 8th. I rename that it's Z time. Question and answer. What was a good title? Something like live. Live chat. Moderated live chat wildfire tracking. Sounds great. Moderated live chat. Moderated live chat wildfire tracking. Holy crap, I get a day off. I don't care if a real nuclear weapon now starts dropping over the landscape. I'll be like, that's nice. If I'm a goner, I'm a goner. I don't care if I'm so tired. I don't care if lava is running down the side of Mount Hood and it's coming from my house. I had a good life. We helped people. Right? That's okay. I'm just gonna pass out. I'm gonna put my little eye mask on.
Reading engine 2456 canceled and available.
Engine 2456, 0144.
All right, renaming the stream. This will be up within. Actually, let me do the screenshot first. Behind the scenes, you don't realize I have to make a screenshot and a thumbnail. I have to save it. I have to put it in the thumbnail area. To go back, I have to edit my description, edit the title, click a bunch of buttons that say I have certified that this has never aired on TV before, therefore it needs no additional closed captioning. I've certified that there is no AI in my videos that impersonate a living human or a public figure. I have certified yes or no that there's sponsored content, that there's all this clicks. You can't automate some of that. Then I have to click and go to a new thumbnail of the screen. So we're going to do a screenshot of this right here. That's Fort Jones. We're going to go save that one. 0708 2024 Fort Jones Shelly. I name it. If I do some of the updates, like create a new description and stuff, I can go back live quicker. But there's some buttons I gotta go down the list. You know. So like for example, I could use Notepad below where you can't see that. The new name of the stream would be the date, of course, 0708 2024. Live chat, wildfire tracking. And then I say Shelly Fire, Lake, Royal, California, and Oregon live chat wildfire tracking. How many characters is that? I highlighted it. I don't know. I may have to. I'll just say Shelly, Lake, Royal, California, and Oregon, or CA and OR, but if you don't, CA and OR live chat wildfire tracking. Okay. Okay, restarted stream. Got the picture. I got the title. So if you guys don't know how to follow us back, hit the like button, please, on the way out. The actual, this is what you need to bookmark. It says link the actual channel page. I'm gonna grab that, and please have this on your speed dial of links to share, because this sharing the channel page, a lot of times the older folks, they get a video and it's over. They go, huh, that was days ago. They have no idea what live broadcasts are. They just think it's TV. It's a TV channel. It's on or it's off, right? So you say the channel link is like the TV channel, and if we are live, it shows, right? So constantly tell people to bookmark this, favorites in their browser, or to share the actual channel page link. Because, yeah. Please hit the like button, subscribe with the ring bell if you always want to be told, hopefully by your device, when we go live. The non-ringing bell if you just occasionally want to check back, but it helps you to find us again if you're a search for this. All 52 of you, 38 of which are probably asleep, but shout out to all you lurkers. You're appreciated too. A lurker is somebody who doesn't chat but listens, right? So please follow the link in the description of the video, or click on the K logo. It takes you to my channel page and refresh. I'm about to restart the stream with a new title. It'll be the same thing. It'll be up in just a matter of moments. So please do that. Everybody, I love you so sorry much. I told everybody I was going to be live for like 10 minutes. It's still going to screw up my sleep schedule. I'm probably going to sleep at 10 a day. I had a good golden opportunity to go to bed at like 8 or 9 tonight. It's 2 in the morning. I'll do what I can though to try to set this right. So you're totally appreciated, but I will sleep for as long as I need to. Everybody who donated, everybody who helped out. Follow us over. See you on the other side.